And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the late night special stream. And you could be watching from anywhere around the country or the world, and I appreciate that. And we'll be talking about a couple of interesting different things about some things with the trials, basic ranting, and about some different things and aliens. And I'll still get into this medieval stuff. I will put that in there as well. Let's say, well, but anyway, so basically, I'll put that in there in a little bit, but I'll talk about the medieval stuff again as well. So we will be talking about trials and some scary stories later, and I am about to turn the screen over so y'all can see me. Okay. All right. So over here. All right. So I hope everybody's been having a great week. Those that may be watching or seeing this live or seeing this as a rerun, I appreciate all of you. And basically, about the late night stream, we have this for audiences that are interested in the staying up late and seeing the streams. Many people like seeing this, and I've been doing it for quite a while, over a year. And we have now, we'll look at the chat, and Remy saying that basically she was discharged from the hospital, nearly passed away from a severe allergic reaction, and thank God for science. I'm back home with meds, she says. And Remy, I was wondering where you were today at the trials. I am, amen. Thank God for that we have great medical advancements in this day and age. Glad that you're still here and around. Thank you for telling me what's going on. Also, what I will do is I will play the game in the beginning as I always do, and then I will go along and talk about the topics while I do the game. Then after the game, I go into different articles and things like that. And as I've said before, and I have been doing earlier streams, usually on Saturday, and I will be continuing to do earlier streams too. So people that have a different schedule that see things in a daytime can see the streams, because like a lot of people may not be able to see these. So it's all good. So there's different scheduled times for things. So now what I will do, I am going to start the game now. Alright, the game is loading. Finally, we have some more cool weather coming in, and I have been enjoying it. Makes the sky, especially the night sky, look very clear. Because the nice twinkling stars and planets in the night I like to see, but especially when the cool front comes in, it really makes it look much more clear. Alright. So basically now what I'll be doing is we'll be switching over to the game. Alright, so here's the game that I play, Pirates of the Caribbean Online. And I will be switching some stuff around so we can see all this that's going on. Alright. Go here. Here. Okay. Here we go. Alright, going into... We're in Raven's Cove. Alright, good. It's loading. Okay, here we are. Yeah, this is Raven's Cove. This is a spooky level where they have different types of monsters. Not monsters, but like ghosts lurking around. And they basically kill instantly. They. What? Yeah, troll ghosts. And basically, they cause instant damage. What happens? And that's one right there you could see. Right there, it's a little floating red thing. Then I'm gonna go on the ship in a moment, and we will head off into the sea and plunder some ships. With hopefully, if Sam's able to, he'll be in the game with me to fight them off in a little bit. Yeah, that's Crazy Ned. He hides behind this half box. He does his thing, and he's just like, hunker down. It's a real spooky island with spooky music. I like it. This is the mysterious Bridge of Death. Alright, we have right here, this is where we could go out to shore. Okay. Because we landed there last time. And now we're going back out. Before I do that, I'm going to change the title real quick. Let's see. I put King Arthur there, but I'm probably talking about all kinds of different, certain medieval things. All right. All right, here we go. I'm gonna get some ships now. Turning, I could turn. It's probably best to go straight and around. We'll go after these ships. It's right in my path. Okay, here we go. Sunk one just right away. Okay, so basically, there's the verdict and the trial of the woman that she was on drugs and she deleted her child, and thankfully that went, well, people were unhappy with the sentence because it was life with parole, but she will be locked up for 40 years, and I've not even been alive for 40 years, so I think that's pretty cool. I mean, not, I don't know what I'm saying. I think that is a long time, but at the same time, people are upset that she didn't get life without parole. That was a dispute in the chat, and the trial with the migrant, he was locked away. He was found guilty. Yeah. So those are trials I was watching, and there's Yak and Shannon and the YSL trial and they're left standing. The last two people, because the other people took the plea deal, including Jeffrey Williams, Young Thug. And Charlotte is the new attorney that's being talked about in the chat because Steele he is no longer on the case because his client took the plea deal. And we have seen so many different witnesses. This trial's been going on for nearly 2 years. It's been a giant toll on the taxpayer money. And it'll be ending soon, they say, and we're getting close to Thanksgiving. So soon there will be all kinds of different things that we'll be seeing in the news and the chat about this, because they're going to be working on the verdict, which I'm not saying what it's called, but the jurors are going to be given these documents to decide what the verdict is. The pink feather pirate hat is on me in the game. He's piloting the ship right now, so you're not going to be seeing it at the moment. Yeah, but basically, as I was saying, they will be finishing the trial up soon. But everybody was joking it would go on until year 2124. It would just be going on for hundreds of years, because it's absolutely so many witnesses. It's such a waste. And it doesn't really seem the state does a lousy job at proving anything, in my opinion. And yeah, so when the judge was working on those forms, it was pretty cool. It reminded me when teachers would make, back when I was in school, they'd make these tests and quizzes, and it's kind of like that. It's the same thing as that. And I was, I usually stay up until like 5, in the morning or something like that, with doing different things and stuff. And with daylight savings time, I don't know. Recently I've been staying up a little bit later, but not completely, until like 7 or anything. But not even that late. But somewhere past 5 o'clock. So I have a little bit of I have a very eccentric sleeping schedule. But basically, when she was doing that with the typing up the forms, I really was going to sleep, and everybody else was going to sleep. And I was kind of like dozing off and looking at the chat. And yeah, it was just really just like, sometimes the chat, the trial, there's doing administrative work, and it's kind of, you want to take a nice big pillow and just go to sleep. Other times it's real animated. Mary says, is it cold out there on the water, pirate alien? It is chilly on the seas, but I got a big warm coat in the game. Alright, so we have some 2 ships out here we're going to go and get. Yeah, so that's the new update about the trial stuff. And really, another thing about trial rants, which I didn't even put trial rant, I just put trials. There's stuff with Diddy. He keeps on having cringe, and he's trying to put the reasons why he should be let out of jail. And I think that he's part of Hollyweird, and he's very corrupted. It was very evil what he did. And also, allegedly, he was behind the deletion of Tupac, which was before just right before my time. He was, doing his thing. But basically, that's how I first learned about him, because Eminem talked about Diddy, and he put the hit on Pac, and I'm like, oh no, it was that guy, Diddy. Yeah, so basically people could see the footage and the evidence about what he did. And of course, in this country, people have proper defense, and with the defense attorneys, they'll do their thing. And since it's a federal trial, there's not going to be any coverage about it in the courtroom like the other ones. And I just think that it would be great if it was televised. Like, I think like Jesse Weber at Law and Crime, he was even saying that it should be televised. I think it should be televised too, like all the other trials. Yeah, a snooze fest for the YSL. Yeah, today YSL didn't go live. They were like, they didn't press the start live button, but it was there just in case that they would go live, because they're doing like stuff they don't show to the camera. And it was a pretty chill day, and we'll see what tomorrow brings with the different trials that are on. This Sunday I'll be seeing a Christmas movie with an animation. Looks really good. I'll give my thoughts about it on, after it happens. Alright, so we're going to turn through here. And get this right here. Here we go. Okay, so now what I'm doing is I'm about to get that ship. Alright, it's going down. Okay. And, yeah, so these Phantom ships look a lot like the Flying Dutchman. Completely. I'm glad that with the Pirates of the Caribbean movie, they kind of, like, I use the methods they use in that movie with the game. Like, I circle around the ship so that way it's not, like, directly up front and personal, because they could damage it pretty bad if it's too direct. One bone, we need two. Okay. And okay, now we got those. We got those right there. Okay, we sunk one of them, and we have two of the small ones coming this way. And there's a lot of cringe about Diddy I'll be getting into, and there's this news reporter, Brian Stelter, on CNN, and regardless of politics, I think his smile is very strange. He looks like he has a nefarious smile, in my opinion. And there's been all kinds of notorious impersonations about him. And yeah, it's just because I was looking at something he was saying, I'm like, good grief, that's really a interesting smile. It's like, yeah, he looks like sinister. He's up to something. I'm scared. As I said, and he is not a fan of Orange Man. That's true. And so even if people don't like Orange Man, I think we could all agree that he has a strange look to him when he smiles. All right. So they get the bounty hunter coming in, and how many pirates are playing the game? And I do not know how many are playing the game.
How many are on your ship?
Just me.
Oh, okay.
Two of my friends are online.
Okay.
All right, now we're going to go to the shore and exchange this plunder. And now they're trying to fight. Let's see. Okay, so now I'm gonna go speed over to the other shore. I mean, to shore in general. There's no other shore but the shore that I'm heading to. That is something for sure. Sometimes reality is not black and white; it's just a blur. A grizzly bear goes burr. Good day to you, sir. Alright, So I'm cruising for the shore. Okay. Yeah, so another thing that's going on is the Congress gave their hearing about the aliens, and we know that's my favorite topic, especially for this channel, also considering it's named after the aliens. So there has been talks about, in Congress about the UFO, also it's now called a UAP phenomena, and basically it means people are having, that the government is having these meetings about the aliens, and some people may think that they're trying to cause. I'm reading something on the screen. Okay, so the spices were the most valuable thing, and there's silver bars I get, and there's wheat, medicine, emeralds, cotton, iron, ore, rubies, diamonds, and some copper bars. Yeah, so that's what you get on these missions. It's the same thing that works in the real world, but there's no fiat currency because it's not. Well, I know technically it wasn't there back then, but it's not really worth anything in the broader sense of things. All right.
Is there a treasure chest?
Yeah, it's like it's like a treasure a
Treasure chest.
it's like a treasure chest. Because basically you get treasure chests. Okay, let's see. So how it works in the game before I get into the alien stuff, there's a treasure chest that you see in the game that you go and plunder a ship and you take the treasure from it.
Okay.
And like automatically it goes into your ship. The philosophical clam and Sam are here. Not on my ship, but they're on the game. Okay. We're going to go out for another round. It's been going pretty smoothly. This nice sun. Nice sun is going well. So I just docked, I took the loot, and now I'm going back out. I completely sunk it because I hit it at the right spot. Yes, so with the aliens, some people will say that it's a distraction. And we are in World War III pretty much because of the escalation they're doing with Russia, but basically we're not quite there yet, and anything's possible, and it's important for people to not be distracted, but the aliens have been a topic for many decades. Facts. Okay. I'm doing pretty good with this. Yeah, I think that they're just releasing information, and over time, aliens were not taken seriously, but now the alien stuff is being taken seriously. And before it was not taken seriously. Definitely agree with you about the aliens. Well, facts. Thank you. And, with the aliens, finally it's been taken seriously, like I said before. And they said some interesting things. I saw it. SC, shout out to SC Wolverines. He sent it to me. And basically, what happened was I just can't, completely see how people. I know there's people that don't believe in aliens, but I'm just thinking like, I think it is very clear that there's something out there, and I'm glad with the Congress coming out and talking about it that there's certainly the government's confessing that they did see the aliens, and like for instance that they have the bodies of some of the ETs being kept, and I thought that was very eye opening. And some of the Christian YouTubers were thinking that some of the atheists might try to use it to say that we evolved and that the Bible isn't real, but it's so basically that they maybe use it as an attempt at deception on that. But you know, I do believe the aliens are fallen angels that we see. I do believe aliens exist, but I'm saying that the aliens could be fallen angels, or at least some of them are those things appearing. And also, what I think is that it's very clear that God is real, and if there were aliens on some other planet, basically it doesn't mean that God isn't real or the Bible is false. But I do believe that they're fallen angels. Like say like they were gods, like they used to have God, false gods and stuff, and now they appear to people as aliens instead. So that's like the theory. Hello, Billy. Turning Guns. Good to see you, Billy. I hope that you're having a good day, and I'll be interested to know what you've been up to if you would like to share it. All right. Well, we got that shit pretty good, huh?
Oh, he's eating my food.
Oh, Bowles is hungry.
He's eating my food. Come on, Bubbles. Here. Look, what?
Yeah. So, and they were saying that they have UFO alien bodies. So I thought that was very interesting.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I just said that. And
Yeah, I
so
know.
basically, Congress was saying that there would be there's alien bodies that they have being held, and also that they have seen aliens. Like there's videos of the Navy catching UFOs, and they're going speeds and doing different things that we can't like fathom or that we can't do with our technology. And I think the reason they held the information about aliens for so long is because it would cause a panic. Hold on. Oh. Chew.
Bless you.
Thanks.
Bubbles said bless you.
Thanks, Bubbles.
Oh, my thing's delayed. I have to go back out and come back in.
All right. Thanks, Mary. And basically, what happened was with the aliens, as I was saying. So Congress, they're talking about many different things about the aliens. For one thing that stuck out to me was they're talking about they're holding the alien remains of aliens. Also, they have craft from the from the aliens themselves, and that they're hiding it, secretly. Now, some people are concerned that they'll use this as a defense to say that the Bible was wrong because if they say about evolution and things like that, then you have it's not true. They think because there's aliens, that means that we evolved like they evolved from some other planet. But basically, in my opinion, that wouldn't mean that. And the aliens may even be fallen angels or something to do with the people of the fallen realm. So I do not. There will be many false prophets and many deceptions that will happen throughout time, especially the times we are in. But as I said, as we go on, we will have many victories over the enemies. They will not prevail in the long term. It's like investing. You have to be long term and not think in short terms. Now Sam is in some other areas, so that's why I'm not. The ship's a little needs some repair, but I'm not getting into it right at the moment. All right. Okay. All right. And I know the ship got a little bit knocked up, a little jacked up, but we have to continue this. So shout out to SC for showing me that information, and we'll get into it in a little bit. Okay. Yeah, so and Billy, it got cooler down here, and I'm enjoying the cooler weather. All right, fantastic. But now what I got to do is I got to repair the ship. So I have to go back and dock and repair it. And Billy, I was talking about Diddy for a little bit, and I think it's cringe. He's trying to get out of prison, but he clearly did some really messed up things. And also, hello, DJ. Welcome to the stream. Hey, I'm going to snooze, watch you. Hey, chat. Hello, DJ. We'll give you a peaceful transition into Dreamland. We'll be glad to do that. So, also, we were talking about, like I'll mention it a little bit, and we'll get more into it in a little bit when I look at articles. We were talking about the situation with Brian Stelter, how he has like a creepy smile to him. Like, man, it looks cliche. Billy says, I've been up to securing properties in around Warsaw, Missouri, and also getting all my phones and tablets sharing the same information. I also been maintenance on all farm equipment. On all farm equipment. Well, thank you, Billy, for the update. Yeah, dude, I think that it's really, that's a lot of work, and it's cool that you're able to do that. Because that's a lot of stuff to manage. Thanks, Mary. Yeah. Shot the bubbles using the cat box. Okay. The heart grenade did pretty good. Mary says if she's a pirate, she would trip and fall. Alright. doing a lot of titles to transferring properties. I'm busy. It's incredibly credible. Okay, Creeble. Yeah. So basically, yeah, that's a lot of papers and work to deal with. You know, and it's very busy. It's very busy. People don't understand. It's a lot to manage when you're managing all that stuff by yourself, especially. You know, it's a lot to do, and it can get pretty tedious. And patience, at the same time. Yeah, and condolences for your loss, Billy. And probate thing is going on because I just recently lost my mother. Crazy. Yeah, yeah. That's really rough to go through. Idle hands at the devil workshop. That's funny, Mary. And yeah, Billy. And that on your plate, and also because, and you could be in a situation which I say this quote a lot because I think it applies to a lot of the situations, especially the ones that I've faced on YouTube. Is that you have sometimes the color, like say we're all colors, like I've talked about ores and stuff before, and say like there's a color of your environment, but you can't let it affect the color that you are individually. Like say you're green or blue and the surroundings are gray. It's to easier said than done, but to not let it affect you and just be the color you are, and to, so to speak, and let it shine brightly. So, and that parable has to do with not letting the quote rather that has to do with not letting the surroundings and what's going on affect you. And and look, it's the loss, Billy, very hard, and there's a lot of stuff you're doing, very busy. And I'm not comparing apples to oranges. And I'm just saying that in general, with anything, small or large, especially like say like I'll deal with these trolls and stuff on YouTube, and there's been people on YouTube that I was friends with that passed away or went missing, and they just wouldn't go online anymore for whatever reason. And it's a very difficult thing to go through, but you just got to keep on shining. Sometimes it rains, but rain falls on all the houses, like what Jesus said it. The rain falls on the just and the unjust. And you got to, so it's good that Billy, that you're doing what you're doing, and you keep going. I think that I'm glad to see the accomplishments you've made in your life in general, and the accomplishments you're still doing now. I like that you're still doing stuff. It's really cool. 2 farms, 1 horse ranch, 4 businesses, 14 properties, and a huge estate paperwork out the EUS. That sounds like a pain in the keister, in the rear end. That's a heavy cross to bear, indeed. And I think that, and a lot of people in general, like, there's a lot of, like, say, politically speaking, another reason why, in my opinion, and look, there's people on the channel that have different opinions about the politics stuff, so keeping that in mind, shout out to everybody with their opinions. Basically, in my opinion, I think that the other side may have been more focused on silly things, but there's people that are dealing with all kinds of stuff in their lives, especially with inflation. And Billy, as you know, things have gotten expensive in recent times, and there's a lot of stuff that a lot of burden you have on you. And I think that it's good for people to, a little bit off topic, but it's good for lawmakers and politicians and stuff to understand what the regular everyday American goes through, and other things that might be more tedious, like what you're going through. And yeah, I just think that there's ups and downs in life, and it doesn't always rain, it doesn't always snow or sunshine, and the hard times make you stronger. And to see you go through all that, it's very great to see. Oh, and it's spread over 3 different states. You got to consider that. Well, that sounds like a lot of traveling, Billy. That sounds like a lot of traveling. Well, okay. We got an attack by an enemy ship. We gotta take them out the water. I'm gonna get it repaired by purchase. And Billy, do you have any plans for Thanksgiving? I'm just curious. This island has nothing. I forgot. I have to go to another island. Okay, let's go off the map here. A friendly pirate port. Okay. Looks like they're getting ready for the Christmas or Thanksgiving celebration. That's why this is a big bonfire. Like we find here, good to be a little dorky. Yes, indeed. Shout out to the nerds. Yeah. And basically, we have. It's good to keep the brain running. It's good to keep that going. Because you always learn something from experience, I think, in my opinion. And the point is to never give up. And sometimes we fall, sometimes there's failures. Like, I've had failures and things that happened, but I always picked myself back up and kept going in my 26 years. And I think that it's important to see people keep going because there's a lot of people that gave up too soon, that didn't keep the fight. They didn't keep going, and they lost. That's why I think it's great to see people and be thankful for what we do have. The blessings we do possess because we would crave them if they weren't ours. Like Remy said, she almost lost her life today from an allergic reaction. So that's good to see that she was okay and still with us. She's a friend of mine from the trial chat. Okay. That's good you have a law firm to deal with all that stuff. But still on your end, I would think that there's still tedious stuff about your end, but it would be even more tedious if it wasn't just you by yourself. But yeah, it's good to outsource it. Yeah, it's still very stressful. Yes. Yes. Okay, we're going to go right into this. Well, that's good that you hired. Be plundering some more ships. And farming is something, is very important because that's where where the food comes from, and it's a good trade to learn about. I've learned a lot about it with different people I know from YouTube. I know all kinds of stuff from people on YouTube. I know all kinds of people everywhere. Okay. This is the Reverend we're fighting against. Mary, they're the only treasure. I mean, it depends on what kind of treasure chest a pirate can get. They can get like a brown one and a gold one, and we all pretty much usually get the same type of stuff. It'll vary. You just get precious metals and gems and wheat and spices and things, and you exchange it for money. That's basically how it works. Now you could also dig up chests on beaches during certain quests and things like that. We're gonna go to Tortuga. I'm gonna go to Del Fuego. Or I'm gonna break it there and go through this little maze of ships right here. I don't know how many pirates are on other pirate ships. I don't know. I would have to be on them to know for sure. Okay, now we're going deeper into this. In a little bit, we'll be looking into the aliens, documents, and things like that. Thanks, Mary. I'm glad that y'all are here, Mary and Billy. I appreciate that very much. And I've been researching a lot about certain criminal cases that have happened in the past. A lot of my friends and I from Trial Chat, we do that, and that's something I've been doing a lot recently, and I'm going to continue to be doing it. Now we're going to be fighting the ETC right here. Nice. Alright, let's go on this quest. A lot of ships in these seas. Hang around here for a little bit. Yeah, so I think these days people lack showing compassion and stuff to each other, and I think it's important for people to still do that, because when people forget those things, they start to get, society goes down a bad way. And shout out to Bubbles, who just came by me for a second. And it would be nice to have a chain reaction of compassion. That means that everybody would be better to each other. I think that's very important. But a lot of people don't have values like that, and it sucks. But it takes one good person to be right to the other person. I think it's good. And for instance, people, if there's like a dispute one time I had with a YouTuber, not being named, and there was a situation where, like, what women like and stuff, and I'm just like, now I couldn't necessarily judge myself, but I think I'm a pretty cool person, and ET phone home, and I do quite well with everybody. I'm very well liked and popular. And the thing is that I'm very, confident and secure. And when I have to be, I'll speak my mind. And I think the stereotypical nice guy is like somebody that's just always like nice to everybody. Like doesn't like they're not really nice. They're just being fake about it, and they're doing it as a deception. And I think that people that may not want to disagree when they maybe disagree about something. Now, there's depends on the circumstances, but people that are just agreeing to keep friends and stuff, like sometimes you got to say things that may cause a problem. I mean, that people may disagree with, but sometimes there might be instances where you don't do it for various reasons. My point is that I think that people like confidence, and people that are not nice may seem confident, but there's a side of them that is not likable because they're not good. Like they do bad stuff. So if you have somebody that's cool with the good characteristics of being confident and secure and all, I think that that combination would be the best. And I've gotten into some discussions about this with debates about this with some other people, and it's like, I don't know, I've been doing something right the whole time since I was in kindergarten. I've been doing something right. And you go by results, basically. But I said, I think compassion can cause a chain reaction, and everybody can be better to each other, but there always will be people that will not be like that. There's people that want to do vengeance and do things that are not right. And a lot of like things I've seen on YouTube in general with emotion, people with like intense, like we've had instances in this chat room and other all over YouTube. There's all kinds of been battles that have gone on, and it's some people, they be in their feelings, and they start getting fighting over silly things, and it's like, hey, you want to cross that line, it could be crossed. It's not a logical thing for people to do, because people like trolls, for instance, they have a lot of their own problems. And there's also, I believe, jealousy could be a factor as well. And that's why it's always good to not be affected by outside events. And also, I think a good thing, as I said, a lot of stuff is easier said than done, and it takes practice. Okay? Yeah, like a missile. Easier said than done, and sometimes mistakes are made, and we could even fall into doing things that are not right. Okay, I'm not saying that I know everything and I'm this person, I figured everything out. I'm still learning. But the bars that I drop are still burning. There we go. And also with the crimes we see, like for instance, this mother that deleted her child for no reason and she was on drugs. I mean, when you have people like that, there's just he can't fix certain things. Like people just they let it control them and them doing dumb things, and that's why it's best to just be logical about stuff as much as possible. Nothing wrong with having emotion, but to not let an angry emotion do something to the point where it's going to cause harm to oneself or everybody else. All right, so we're dropping all anchors. I thought the game froze on me, but it didn't. All right. And I got, okay, so the cargo plunder, I got 3 crates, a brown treasure chest, and a gold treasure chest. And 2 crates, in the 3 crates, I got cotton, wheat, and medicine. In the golden treasure chest, I got emeralds. And in the brown one, I got 2 copper bars. And there's a 1481. All right. Thanks, Mary. Let's go on this quest into this cave. Thanks, Mary. I do rhyme all the time. Now we're gonna go inside the lava mine. Into the cave we go. And this looks like hell. This is a spooky zoo aquarium right here. Yeah, that's funny, Mary. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, I know the treasure loot. Now we're on the right track. Uh-oh. Some of them are attacking me. It's a lot of darkness, a lot of lava too. Going through this maze, it's so dark in there, you can't hardly see anything. Okay. So now I'm at the right place. And this is the catacombs. The fractioneers. Alright, this is. Here we go. Part of the quest. We're going to delete this guy. The zombie pirate we're attacking. I like this sword because you could heal yourself. Zombie pirates, yes. The red lights are so cool. Okay. It's been a while since I've done a lot of sword combating like this. So, getting the hang of it again. Looking for another one. Okay, so I'm inside this cave. The Navy officer is fighting against. So we're both fighting this dude. Now looking for these other entrances. Fight this one. Alright, and soon we're going to be getting into the topics. Okay. So you're going through the map. Right there, perfect. Undead Executioner, that's who he is. Okay. One of them did some witchcraft and set me on fire. Scared. I don't know about this. We'll see how this goes. I'll make it. Ah, they got me. It's all good. I have to go back in there. I have to go back in there. I want to go back in there and kick their arses again. And then after I do a little bit more, I'll go into the different topics. And then we'll be done. Halloween all year pirate roar. Pirate rave, yeah. Billy says, I've been feeding and taking care of feral cats that I named Tom Cat. We have one like that. Chester. He finally let me pick him up and bring him in of the freezing weather. Well, shout out to you, Billy. He eats very well. I built him a dog cat house and everything. Mary says, Billy, that's wonderful. Poor little fellow, glad he has you to help. Billy says, yeah, shout out to Billy. Fire was intense. Scared. Buy some potions. Some tonic. Let's go into the journal and see the quest. Yes, it's a similar type of lady. And the mission is to unlock the staff. Now, I change when I see Sam. Now, he didn't come, because I think I told him I didn't need help with this, but I want him to help me with the staff. Because he's kind of like Merlin. He has a staff, and he keeps me from my life in the game from going out. So like he'll keep my health up while I'm getting attacked. So I changed my mind. I want him to next time. I want him to help me with this specific task. He's going to really. He's gotten really overweight over the last year, and will probably closer to 2 years. And my next goal is to have him neutered, maybe shots as well. Yeah, it's important to get them neutered. And like Chester, he's a tomcat, and he got neutered. And basically, it's good for them. Like one time, Chester was attacking Tweetzel when they're both outside, but now they're like best friends because Chester was neutered, and there's no reason for him to be like to not be neutered when he's especially like a pet inside. Now I think like Tomcats like Chester, like he's built like a pit bull. Chester, like the Tomcats, they look real buff. He's it's really cool to see like they're so like real strong looking. Remember, I always was like that cat's really strong. But yet now Billy, at the same time, there are some cats like what Mary Toodles is saying that are just husky and just have some weight on them already. Like some of the cats are just naturally like that. Now, Chester has roid rage. All right, so now that's a giant volcano. I want to show y'all. Isn't that crazy? Like wow, like those are like listening. There's like a slow motion 3D volcano that's slowly going downhill, like a giant waterfall or a giant slide in some like amusement park ride, and it's pretty epic looking. Very difficult to tame a feral cat. Yes, indeed. Mary says he will be much happier neutered. He's so much better off with you helping. Exactly. Exactly. I'm gonna find this cave. It's just gonna take a little bit. That's not. It's not it there. As I said, I will soon be looking into the other part of the show. We'll still be doing that. Chester tried to clean Tweetle the other day. That's so cute. Oh, that's so cool. He's 4.5 years old. No, he was skinny. I made him fat and lazy. So now he can focus on his diet a little bit. I think he's about 4.5 years old, and Mary says, "Yes, our veterinarian has many cats at her house. It took 15 years to be able to pet one of them. He was a he was a barn cat. Took me 19 months to pet Tom." Mary says, "Billy, cats who were once starving may never feel full. That's what the veterinarian said. Cats should never lose weight fast either. It causes a liver problem." Yeah, there's a cat named Lomi, and she was like that, and she never felt full. It's like a PTSD thing they have. Okay, through here. This way. All right. It looks like a wall, but it really isn't a wall. It's like a valley. Yeah. That's good, Billy. That's a pirate with a cool hat right there. Characters in an NPC mode right now. Mary says, "Sounds like you are doing a great job. Cats know if a person is good or not. He's definitely trusting of you, and that's fantastic." Billy says, "It's one of my pet projects." Facts. Yay! Yay for Tom. Yeah, a shout to Tom the cat. All right. Going here. Now we're swimming in the water. Go through here one more time, and then we're going to go to the other thing. The pirate is trying to find this cave again, and I can find it. It's a little bit difficult to find it, and I, it's not a big deal right now. I think it's right here. All right, let's go here. We are Bjork. All right. And hearing the live stream. Yeah, you might have to like go back in and come back in. Like close it out and come back in, Mary. All right. Now we're gonna go to the other stuff. Okay. Yeah, I'll let you know. Yeah, there is some going to the other screen. Okay. So yeah, I understand, Mary. Because so now basically we're gonna go to this other part of the stream. We'll be talking about like the topics, but with the internet like intact. And yeah, there was a trolling incident that happened before, and glad that y'all are here. Not tonight, but another night. All right. Yes, glad you could still listen. That's good. Okay. All right. Now what we will do is talking about. Let's talk about. We're going to talk about some stuff. We're going to go through it, and then after we go through everything, it'll be finished. I don't even think it'll take the usual amount of time it takes this time. Okay. All right. Here we go. That's not what I meant to do. Okay. Here we go. All right. So this is Brian Stelter. He looks kind of said his smile is menacing looking. Look at this dude. Like there, he's just looking. He has an intense stare to him, but he's looking like regular. And then you got that, and as I said, that looks like he's the clown. He's look like he's up to something, and scared. And actually, that kind of goes with an impression of him of Brian Stelter. All right, that's his family. Yeah, in my opinion, there's a lot of cringe with him. There's people that probably like him out there, but as I said, that's just a real intense look. It's real intense. You're not sure if you've seen him before. Yeah, yeah, he's on CNN. As I said, there's people that probably like him out there, whatever. And as I said, regardless of politics, he's an intense look to him. We'll talk more about him tomorrow when Stranded's here, but we could talk about it now. It doesn't really matter, but so why not? We'll do it tomorrow. And all right, briefly reading about him, he's only 39 years old. I didn't think that. Yes, he does. Because he was ranting about Morning Joe meeting with Trump because these other people, these liberals, they went and they talked to that like at one of the news places. They were talking to Trump. They went to Mar-a-Lago to talk to him, and Brian Stelter was very triggered. He made a big deal out of it. But it's good that Trump wants to reach across the aisle and talk to the other side because he was talking to some other news people that were against him, the couple, and he was extremely triggered by this, and he just has to be, cringe. But it's good that because he was talking to people that are some news people that are against him. It's his couple. I don't really know what their names are, and he was triggered by it. Ryan Patrick Stelter is an American journalist best known as former chief media correspondent for CNN, host of the CNN program Reliable Sources, roles he held from 2013 to 2022. He returns to CNN in 2024. Stelter is also a former media reporter for New York Times and editor of TV Newser. Yep, he went to Townsend University. I got something so random I'm going to talk about, but yeah, that's where he went. We'll talk more about him on the one tomorrow. But I don't mind going into it tonight too. I mean, why not? I'll just like read a little Wikipedia article about him. But we're reading it tomorrow too for Stranded. Okay. All right. Brian Patrick Stelter is an American journalist best known as a former chief media correspondent for CNN and host of the CNN program. Reliable Sources roles he held for 2013 to 2022. He returned to CNN in 2024. Stelter is also a former media reporter for the New York Times and editor of the TV Newser. Early life and education. Stelter was born on September 3, 1985, in Damascus, Maryland, the son of Donna and Mark Stelter. He attended Damascus High School, graduating in 2003, followed by Townsend University, where he served as editor-in-chief of the Tower Light from 2005 to 2007. While still a student, he created TV Newser, a blog about television and cable news, which he later sold to Media Bistro and became part of Adweek blog network. You heard about the Morning Joe drama? Yeah, they went over to go visit him, Orange Man. Like the New York Times. Okay, yeah, they have a lot of good information. They have a lot of, good reporting stuff on there. They have some interesting topics there, and it's very classic. It goes back a long time ago. Career. After graduating from college in May 2007, Steller joined the New York Times as a media reporter at 22, making him one of the youngest staff members at the time. In November 2013, he became the new host of CNN's Reliable Sources and also senior media correspondent for the CNN Worldwide. On August 18, 2022, CNN canceled Reliable Sources. Stelter departed the New York the network after its final episode on August  21. The cancellation was one of a number of cost-cutting moves at CNN and its parent, Warner Bros. Discovery. Stelter criticized the network's decision to cancel the show, stating, "It's not partisan to stand up for decency and democracy and dialogue." In September 2022, Stelter joined the Walter Shorenstein Media and Democracy Fellowship at Harvard Kennedy School. Stelter is a producer on the Apple TV series The Media Show, which is inspired by his first book, Top of the Morning. He also executive produced the HBO documentary After truth, disinformation, and the cost of fake news. Let's see. I lost my place. On January 17, 2023, Stelter hosted a panel on the clear and present danger of disinformation at the World Economic Forum annual meeting in Davos. Stelter announced a return to CNN in September 2024 as chief media analyst, once again authorizing the Reliable Sources newsletter. He will appear on air and contribute to the digitality, but will no longer host his own program. I gotta do something real quick. There we go. Okay, just it's all good. Let's just leave it the way it is. Alright, I'm still here. Stelter announced a return to CNN on September 2024 as chief media analyst, once again authorizing the Reliable Sources newsletter. He will appear on air and contribute to the outline digitality, but will no longer host his own program. Personal beliefs. Stelter was raised Methodist and is now non-religious. Stelter dated NBC anchor Nicole Lapin in 2011. Nicole Lapin is an American television news anchor, author, and businesswoman. She's known for being an American news anchor on CNBC, CNN, and Bloomberg. Lapin also served as a finance correspondent for Morning Joe on MSNBC. Today, the show's on NBC. He stated he had to inform his editor of the relationship, and he agreed not to cover CNBC while they were dating. On February 22, 2014, he married Jamie Shapak, a traffic anchor for New York One. The couple married in a Jewish ceremony and are raising their children in Shapak's Jewish faith. They live in Manhattan, New York City. All right, so that's some cringe right there. Tomorrow when Stranded's here, I'll go over it again, and also more detail about stuff of Brian Stelter, more detail. For the people that are here, in case you're not here tomorrow, we'll just do it now. That's why I did it now. There we go. Pretty much solves everything. Alrighty, so now I'll talk about the aliens in Congress, and find the right article so we don't have like a problem with the connection, hopefully. Okay, here we go. Alright, and as I said, I'll be going over some of the stuff again for Stranded that's not here. Okay, okay, Mary Toodles. All right. Aliens in the ocean. Congress latest hearing on UFOs explained. And that's like a picture of like a hypothetical picture of a UFO. Well, that's only like a little paragraph, but okay. Aliens living here on Earth have long been a discussion, especially among those who claim to have witnessed unusual sightings of objects that may be of extraterrestrial origin, like I have. The latest Pentagon report on UFOs adds more fuel to this conversation, revealing hundreds of unidentified and unexplained aerial phenomena. Hey, SC, good to see you. Yeah, SC, I was talking about Brian Stelter a moment ago, and I'm gonna talk more about it when tomorrow when Stranded's here. But I just gave like a brief overview about him, and yeah, I saw him smiling again, and yeah, he's real freaky looking with a smile. He looks like a clown. And right now, I'm talking about the UAPs from the Congress, and thanks to SC for sending me the live stream of the coverage of the UAPs UFOs. All right, so the Pentagon director, yeah, he's a funny character. The Pentagon director overseeing unidentified anomalous phenomena. Analysts testified before lawmakers Tuesday in his nearly 40-minute testimony. John Kolosky again said his office hasn't discovered any verifiable evidence of extraterrestrial beings active or technology. Facts. Yes, Essie. What are those bright beams in the night sky near GR? See, those are some beams. You know, people don't know what they are exactly. Okay. Grand Rapids Township, Michigan. If you've noticed some unusual lighting in the sky near Grand Rapids recently, no need to call a UFO sighting. The beam lights are just projecting into the sky can be traced to Frederick Messier Gardens and Sculpture Park. Yeah, I've seen those before. It's like kind of looks like the lights they use in World War II to find bombers. You're right on, Essie. He said I thought it was someone advertising for something. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because I've seen that in the distance, and what I would be more familiar with is World War II. Obviously, I wasn't in World War II, and neither was, I'd say, everybody in this chat room. If I'm wrong, somebody could speak up. But basically, they use those giant lights to find the bombers. And that's why I saw that out in the distance one time. I'm like, you know, it must be some show, because they use that in shows and stuff. Yeah. And on social media posts, the Gardens wrote, "Fear not, those glowing lights are not extraterrestrial visitors. They are simply our team making a final preparations and dazzling light features for debut our inaugural Enlightened Winter Light Extravaganza. If you see lights flickering in the sky, don't grab your tinfoil hats just yet. Instead, get ready for a magical holiday season filled with wonder and joy. We can't wait to share these exciting new experiences with you." this needs to be a bigger deal. Aliens, UFOs, you cared more about Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul. Yes, everybody's talking about the aliens being a distraction, but everybody's getting distracted by Mike Tyson and Jake Paul. It's freezing outside right now. It's not as cold as it is up there where you are, but it's pretty cold down here too. Not as cold as like your area though. Christine Bray at USA Today. You would think if anything could break through the nose of our news cycle of UFOs, says Christine Bray. Last week's collection of testimony indicates that UAPs are very real in the sense that there is unexplained phenomena, but the hearings weren't even a public blip party due to lack of details. So right now is the right time for these tight-lipped folks to Defense and Intelligence Department to declassify everything, tell us the truth is what of what's out there. Yes, I believe. Well, I was talking to Anthony McQuaid about it, and yeah, I do believe that there are aliens under the sea. I believe they're under the sea too. I believe also the interdimensional fallen angels could access under the sea as well. All right, let's see how this website goes if it doesn't cause a problem with the stream. Okay. UFO whistleblowers tell Congress we are not alone in the cosmos. SC is a good question. Mary says that wasn't even a real fight. It was fixed. That guy is a YouTube personality, not a boxing background. Yeah, he's a that was a cringe situation, and people were saying in the comments that Jake Paul like has to feel like a man by boxing a 60-year-old man. That makes him feel better about himself, or something. Like he's crazy. Like Mike Tyson, I think even at his age, I think he could still do pretty good at his age. It's like you got to box a 60-year-old man, but not. But as I said, they're doing that intentionally to just drive attention. SC says, question, do you think it adds to the mystery of it all not knowing, or do you want to know? That is a good question, and I think I understand what you mean. That's a good question. Brother, that's a very good question. Brother has a very good question. There's like this like cringe Muslim commentator, and he says, brother has a very good question. So yeah, SC has a very good question. And I think the mystery and a lot of things could make it something very interesting and enchanting. I remember when I was a kid and I would see the little possums and raccoons in the yard, and I kind of would wonder where they come from. Behind us, there's a lot of woodlands. But what I mean by woodlands, it was an empty lot where there's trees. It wasn't like a forest that goes on for acres or anything. It was a tiny little lot, and I always wondered, like, what is it like in there? I only saw parts of it. I wonder what it's like. Where are they coming from exactly? Are they in the trees? Especially, I'll say, when I saw the possum, the raccoon, the Mexican raccoon, which I'll show that in the screen too, why not? And because one night we saw this raccoon, and I'm answering your question very winded, in a very winded way. So basically, what happened was there's this raccoon, and it had a very long snout, and it was brown, and it looked very different looking, but it was still a raccoon. And I would be upstairs at my grandparents' house. This is around 2008. Probably it may have started in '07 and '09. And at some point in '09 or in the 2010s, I just didn't see it again. But basically, it'll be nighttime. I would kind of stay up there for a little while and come back home and like eat dinner and ice cream and stuff and like play on my DS and watch cartoons. And I look out there and I'd see the raccoon, this strange raccoon eating. And I wondered, was it a mutant? What kind of animal was it really? Where did it come from? What's the explanation? There's just something very fascinating about the unknown. And it was nice seeing the crescent moon, or I would see kind of dip in the back. It was very nice, peaceful scene. Now I'm outside in the back, at night, and I could like be out there in it. But basically, what happened was I was talking about it with our friends over at the trial chat room, and basically I was telling Kathy Smith and Tom Farrell about it, and he thought maybe it could be a mutant, and then Kathy did some research and she found out that it was probably the Mexican raccoon, and that fits the description of what I was seeing. I mean, and it was great to know what it was. Yes, indeed, Essie. Yes, indeed. And it was very interesting to know what it was, but then again, it was kind of like, you know, I was glad to know who the little critter was, but then again, when I did know what it was, the enchanting mystery was just so, a very interesting experience that just can't be undone. And also, yeah, exactly. Yeah, see, the unknown is fascinating. And I remember I would think that the raccoons and the possums had some nice shack, and they would have some, gumbo and stuff there, or some crawfish. I just like wonder as a kid what kind of stuff do they, what's it like for them there? And I've some very creative, especially as a kid, with my imagination. So I wondered about them, and now the raccoons and the possums, they're more in this area now, and I do have a small forest I created in the back for all the little critters and for myself, because in the back lot doesn't exist. They knocked it down and built some houses there, and you know it is what it is. But the forest is gone. The little forest is gone, and then but I built one in my yard, and a lot of them are just here. Like in the yard in different places. But it's the same generations that were there in '08 and before that. But now, this generation, they're just kind of more closer inland now. And I like to. So that's what I think. That's to answer your question. It seemed like that answered your question really well. And like aliens, as I said, I do believe a lot of. Like, another thing with the aliens specifically, when my buddy, will call him Douglas, he has a full name, and even he'll he doesn't have a YouTube channel, but his name, like, he uses his real name on YouTube. It's not a secret. But I haven't talked to him in quite a while. And anyway, basically, but he's still not. Him and I are cool. I'm just saying it's been a while since I've talked to him. He just kind of drifted and did his own thing with college, which is pretty cool. So what happened was him and I, I always liked aliens and thought that stuff was cool, and I would have been into aliens, but he really got me into it, and he was very passionate about it, and his father was too, and he was really into Planet 10, the Nibiru, and he told me his theories about them, And so a lot of my ideas come from his thought or his philosophy about that whole thing. The package comes from him, and as time has gone on, there's more information that came out about it, and I worked on his work, his like research, and I added more stuff to it when more information about it came out, and I'm on YouTube, and I told the whole world about it. And I also studied it with him, and I gave my own thoughts and ideas too. So it's something him and I both worked on together. And he was telling me that the aliens were evil, especially specifically the Greys, and that there was something demonic or evil, but he wasn't quite sure. And I would ask him, I'm like, I agree with him, but how are they evil exactly? You know, yes, my alien mentor, yes, and also basically what happened was I okay. So as I was saying, just so okay, alien mentor, yes. Now I'll continue. So what happened was he would tell me about how the aliens were evil, and I agreed with him, considering the UFO abductions that happened. And it didn't really seem like people were too thrilled over it, and they had some trauma from it. And basically, but now in this modern time period, in the modern, yes, you and I think the same way about the Greys, yes, and he, thought about that too. Now, this is the thing with the Gray aliens. Like they came from the planet Zeta, the Zeta constellations, and my theory, which that I came up with, and he has a conjoling theory with my theory. They're adjacent to each other. Is that they were an evil group of aliens, or that they fell at some point and they were more advanced, or more advanced than we were, or older than we were, and they fell like Satan did, and they came and they're in cahoots with Satan for some reason. Now, with other YouTubers and other people and philosophies I've come across, I'm not denying that that's true, and both of these things can be true at the same time, from a certain point of view, possibly, but that the Greys are actually the fallen angels, or the Watchers, which is like this group of angels that were supposed to watch over humanity. And basically what they did was they disguised themselves as gods and goddesses and things throughout the ages, and now they will appear as the Gray aliens. And a lot of these occults, they talk and they communicate with the aliens, the Greys and UFOs, and they tell stuff like Jesus isn't God, but he was a righteous man, but he wasn't God. And they're trying to steer people towards a one world religion, and if they're talking not nice about Jesus, that's not good. And also, these occults, they summon UFOs. There's a false prophet I did a video about, like I reacted to. I know the video, SC, you saw a video before I did about the alien reactions. I've not done a video like that in a very long time, but I will get back to doing that at some point. I've been kind of busy. And also working on, another thing is I work on so many different things, I don't get around to doing everything at once. Yes, I agree there could be millions of type of aliens. I agree. And yeah, I think they're demons. Yeah. And so, as I said, and I wasn't the only one that thought, gave ideas to it. He was my alien mentor. And also, I did my own research, and I researched it too, and came up with my theories, and we worked on it together. And yes, and I'm glad that he mentored me, and I was so, he was such a good friend, and we didn't always get along sometimes coming up. Sometimes he would have a little bit of a temper, and sometimes, when I was younger, I have a little bit of temper too, and yes, but as we got older, we matured, and, we're good friends now. But as I said, just everybody, gets in fights sometimes or disagreements. It was nothing major. And yeah, and I got to see Congress confirm the aliens' existence. I got to see Congress talk about aliens, and other YouTubers talk about how the gray aliens are fallen angels and the deception that they cause. And thanks to him mentoring me about it and my own research about it, we get to see that the alien, the truth came out as the Lord wanted it to, especially about Planet 10, Nibiru, because people thought that was crazy that there was a 10th planet, but now they're saying that it could likely be there. There's scientists and astronomers are saying that it's likely there. It's just it has a very eccentric orbit and it's very hard to detect, they say. I believe they knew the whole time but hid it. So, but when we didn't know about what the aliens were, the unknown seemed very fascinating. And I thought it was so cool that we have like more truth, we have more knowledge about Nibiru, more knowledge about the aliens, but when we didn't know what it was for sure, what the link was, if Nibiru really was there or not, because he was telling me, you don't have to believe it's real. It's up to you. And I just chose to believe it. It was just that the mystery was so fascinating. So I like to know the answer, but it was also fascinating to know the unknown. Also with the abyssal fish that him and I studied about. That was also very interesting, what we did. And then when I found out what they were with Rebel one night on the stream, it was interesting, but it was even more interesting to not know what they were exactly. And he thinks they're demons. Yes, I watched it. I used to like your number of videos, like your countdown videos. Thanks, Essie. Thanks. Yes, I did a couple of videos on that planet. And also, Essie, another thing is that I learned a lot of information, and basically something I also want to mention that I want to give credit to is that on the Mac computer, Steve Jobs and his team put all kinds of sound effects in it. And when you're in like iMovie, it's called a sound effect. So I named the channel based off the alien spaceship sound effects because that's what they were called. They were alien sound effects or alien spaceship sound effects. So I contributed that to him. And he put a lot of alien type sound effects on the Mac. So in a way, he contributed to the YouTube channel with the sound effects from that machine because it's the only machine that has it because the PC doesn't have iMovie and GarageBand and stuff like that on there. And because, when you create something, it's all about teamwork. I remember the crash in the Russian snow. I remember that, SC. And that video got me tons of subscribers, by the way, organically. That video was great. And I'm going to continue to do more about them. But yes, I remember that. That was crazy to see that in the snow. And 007 girl, she thought it was very real looking as well. And, and Steve Jobs was very humble, and he did a good job with giving credit to people that helped along the way because he was saying that, it's about teamwork. And I also think it's important to be like that because I don't take credit for this YouTube channel, all the credit. It was many other people that contributed to this. And all of you watching and listening and in chat all contributed to it too. And I'm thankful for the people God put in my life and other quotes of other people I've never met as well. SE says, my nephew does GarageBand. He's pretty good with it. Yeah, shout out to your nephew. Cool people. And have I got to... Hello, James. You are a good friend, James. Shout out to you. And I've not gotten to King Arthur yet. I'm talking about the aliens right now. but I'll be getting to that in a little bit. We'll get to that while you're here. I'll read some stuff about the aliens and talk about this stuff really quick, and then we'll get into that. Shout out to James. He's a good friend. Good to see him. And yeah, so basically, what happened was, and my friend I knew from school, I was very moved by what he did because he was very brave and courageous, and he would talk about the aliens, and some people thought he was stupid or he was crazy, even teachers, and he felt that his idea would touch the world, and also I liked. And I was the only one that gave him the time of day to hear what he had to say about the aliens. And I also came up with my own theories and my own research with it as well. And I continued on his work. And also, as I said, I'm good with YouTube. I'm talented with YouTube. I'm talented with talking to people and the videos and all that stuff. And that's it's like teamwork. And I wanted to bring his idea everywhere and to fulfill God's work to him. And I've done that with many other people as well. And I ran ads about Planet 10, and one of the videos got 8,000 clicks, and about the other alien videos, and I talked about it, and I wanted everybody that could see the ads to know about this stuff and doing the Lord's work. And so many lives have been touched. I've seen the comment sections when I would run the ads. So many people were touched. I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but by the grace of God, people were very touched by the videos and were glad to know what they were. And people gave their insight. We had different debates and discussions, also about God. And I'm very blessed that God has blessed me to do that. And I was glad to spread the idea that I believed in about aliens, and also to do the work of my best friend as well. And so that is basically, the thing about, about it's fascinating. The unknown is fascinating. And I was honored and glad to tell the world about this and be the person to go and do this. And shout out to my buddy for what he did. And I will talk about this article about the aliens briefly, and then we'll get into King Arthur. All right, James. We'll do that right now. We'll get into the UFOs. This will be brief, and then very brief, just one article. Then we'll go over to King Arthur right away. Okay. UFO whistleblower tells Congress we are not alone in the cosmos. Late congressional UFO hearing featured testimony from the former military personnel who said that the government secrecy hides the fact that we are not alone in the cosmos. Shout out to you, James. I hope that you're doing great. UFOs came to Washington again last week. The U.S. House of Representatives Committee on Oversight. Thanks, James. The U.S. House of Representatives Committee on Oversight and Accountability held a hearing titled Unidentified Anomalous Phenomena, exposing the truth of at the Rayborn House office building in Washington, D.C. at 11:30 a.m. Eastern. On Wednesday, November 13, unidentified anomalous phenomena is a relatively new catch-all term that includes sightings of unexplained objects or events that take place in the air, underwater, or in space, or that travel between those domains. Like the previous congressional UFO hearings, the event featured testimony from current U.S. military personnel who claim that the American government has for decades hidden evidence of advanced technologies and otherworldly visitors from the public a multitude of personnel the government has hid for decades. James says, "You're welcome. I am good. How are you? I hope you're well." James, I am doing very good. I'm doing great. And I last time there was some trolling incident that occurred, but everything is good now. And I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. I'm glad to be here with all of you and continuing the streams and the YouTube stuff I'm doing. Thank you for asking. Decades. The hidden evidence of advanced technologies and otherworldly visitors from the public, a multitude of anecdotes were presented about flying orbs coming out of the ocean, disc-shaped objects and craft exhibiting flight and structural characteristics unlike anything in our arsenal. While such claims are nothing new, what is noteworthy about the hearings are pedigrees of some of the whistleblowers who testified, including former U.S. counterintelligence officer, a retired U.S. Navy Rear Admiral, and a former NASA associate administrator. All of them stressed the need for more government transparency, less stigma about the UFO topic, and new policies to bring UAP data of the black classified world into the public domain. This isn't the U.S. government's first attempt to investigate the recent wave of UFO claims that began in 2017. A similar hearing was held last year in which a whistleblower told Congress the U.S. government is hiding evidence of non-human intelligence. The Pentagon also created All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, AARO, in 2022 to investigate UAP reporters and government data about UFOs, but critics include some government officials are skeptical of the office's aims and methods. AARO is unable or perhaps unwilling. Thanks, James. AARO is unable or perhaps unwilling to bring forward the truth about the government's activities concerning UAPs. Representative Nancy Mace, R. South Carolina, said during the hearing opening remarks, "I am disturbed that AARO itself lacks transparency. Even its budget is kept from the public. So if there is no there, then why are we spending money on it? And by how much? Why the secrecy?" Other representatives stressed the need for transparency in the data analysts of the common theme of other recent UAP studies. We have evidence that we are detecting things, and we know that we don't understand them, and this is worth investing. Rep. Robert Garcia said, "I believe we always have been more transparent. To me, this hearing and others are seeing simply about the truth and getting into facts of what these UAPs actually are." Luis Elizondo, a former U.S. counterintelligence officer who had been vocal about such claims in recent years, told the assembled representatives at the hearing that excessive secrecy has led to grave misleads against loyal civil servants, military personnel, and the public, all to hide the fact that they are not alone in the cosmos. We are in the midst of a multi-decade secretive arms race, one funded by mislocated taxpayer dollars and hidden from our elected representatives. Oversight bodies, Elizondo state during the testimony. Elizondo, who claims to have previously investigated UFOs as part of the secret Pentagon program, suggested that the U.S. government create a whole off government approach to study UAP, create a national UAP strategy, offer protections so that the whistleblowers who are desperate to do the right thing can come forward without fear. During the questioning, Elizondo was asked if the advanced technologies that have been seen monitoring sensitive military installations around the globe could be operated by aliens or private companies. Maybe both, Elizondo replied. Elizondo said the point blank to Rep. Mace's questioning that the U.S. government has programs to retrieve crashed UAP and reverse engineer them, but to avoid giving any specifics in an unclassified public setting such as the hearing. Rep. Jared McCloskowitz, Democrat, Florida, then questioned Elizondo, asking the former counterintelligence agent about document he signed that limits him from speaking publicly about the crash retrieval programs. The document said, "You can't talk about the crash retrieval. Well, you can't talk about Fight Club if there's no Fight Club, correct?" Yeah, James, I like Call of Duty. Call of Duty is very good. In 2016, I played that with my friends. Also 2017. Like other witnesses, Elizondo stated that the alleged excessive government secrecy around UFOs harms national security in response to questioning from Rep. Tom Burchett. Elizondo stated that if UAP sightings turned out to be technologies operated by adversarial nations, it would be an intelligence failure eclipsing 9/11 in the order of magnitude. Hola, Latina. I'm glad you're here. Good to see you, friend. SE says, I like playing a lot of computer games like Project Zombied. Retired U.S. Navy Rear Admiral Tim Gauted offered similar testimony as Elizondo. Quote, "We know from the last year's UAP hearing and recent statements and publications by credible whistleblowers that UAP, NHI, non-human intelligence, and technology unknown origin represents the new realization that we are not the only advanced intelligence of the universe," Gallaudet said on Wednesday, according to his published remarks. Quote, "Unelected officials in the U.S. government do not have an exclusive right to this knowledge about the nature of reality. The American people have a right to that knowledge." Gallaudet said. The retired Rear Admiral also stressed the national security and airspace safety concerns related with UAP sightings, calling them extensive. When Rep Garcia asked Galalut and other witnesses what UAP might represent, the retired Rear Admiral said he believes they are evidence of non human higher intelligence. James, have you ever played Doom? I found out about that recently. Well, not recently, but I've recently been studying more about it. It was a game like from the '90s, and it kind of continues a little bit in the modern times. I'd be curious if you play Doom. When Rep Garcia asked G and other witnesses about UAP represent, the retired Rear Admiral said he believes they are evidence of non-human higher intelligence. Former NASA Associate Administrator of Space Policy and Partnership Michael Gold also testified the hearing and previously served on NASA's UAP study team. Gold's testimony was more grounded. For example, he stressed the need for NASA to contribute the authority and expertise toward analyzing the UAP. Facts. Okay, guys, I'm glad that y'all like that game. It looks like a pretty cool game. I will say this, rather. It's a very cool game, and also it's so cool. I love it. I love Doom. Former NASA Associate Administrator for Space Policy and Partnership Michael Gold also testified at the hearing and previously served on NASA's UAP study team. Gold's testimony was more grounded. For example, he stressed the need for NASA to contribute its authority and expertise towards analyzing what UAP data might already possess, helping dispel the stigma associated with UFO topic. Okay, okay, understood. Understood, James. It is. That's my nephew's favorite game. Oh, that's cool. That's awesome. Our best tool for unlocking the mystery of UAP is science, but we cannot conduct a proper inquiry if the stigma is so overwhelming that just daring to be part of a NASA search team elicits such a vitriolic response. Gold said during the hearing, therefore, one of the most important actions that can be taken relative to exposing the truth of UAP is to combat the stigma, and this is where I believe that NASA can be immensely helpful. Gold added, NASA has a massive archive of data that could possibly contain evidence of UAP and suggested that artificial intelligence machine learning algorithms could help sort through agencies. Yeah, let Latina put y'all's links in the chat for your channels so other people could subscribe to it. And the former NASA associate administrator said the agency should develop a specialized instruments that might be to gather useful data about UAPs. A little bit left. It's all good. Journalist Michael Schellenberger also testified, telling the representatives that there's a growing body of evidence that the government is not being transparent about what it knows about its unidentified anomalous phenomena, or UFOs, formerly called UFOs, that elements within the military and IC intelligence community are in violation of their constitutional duty notify Congress of their operations. Schellenberger stated that there is a secret program within the U.S. government known as the Immaculate Constellation, whose sole purpose is collected UFOs, UAP reports from military personnel and sensor data and quarantine them away from the rest of the government military. Yeah, and that is SC Wolverines and James Life Talks channel, and I recommend subscribing to them. They have great content. Government and military, while he noted that a Pentagon spokesperson has stated no such program exists, Schellenberger recounted prior examples which the Department of Defense has initially denied knowledge of the UAP related information, only to later change its stance and either admit that the information exists or release it to the public. The U.S. government appears to know significantly more about UAPs than it's revealing, Schellenberger said at the hearing, but even those who believe the U.S. government has revealed all that it knows should have no objection to congressional demands for greater transparency. To conclude the meeting, Rep. Mace asked each of the witnesses to define what non-human biologics or non-human intelligence means to each of them. Quote, I don't think it's a stretch when you look at the diversity of life on the planet and the size of the universe to think that there will be more diverse, higher order, non-human intelligence throughout the universe. And that's probably what's visiting us, Galitude said. Facts, SC, great. Elizondo stated he would take scientific approach. The definition would be the ability to react to a stimulus in a manner that requires an intellectual thought process. Gold, meanwhile, questioned whether non-human intelligence necessarily implies life, suggesting sophisticated and artificial intelligence might be responsible for some UAP encounters. Schellenberger simply stated he did not know what they might be. In the hearing, as in other UFO hearings, there was a lot of telling and not a lot of showing. One of the court's tenets of these whistleblower testimonies is that of the credible UFO data classified and can't be revealed to the public based on the military capabilities that some of the data could reveal. Whistleblowers have arrested 4 years that because advanced and classified sensors and satellites sometimes capture footage of photos of unexplained phenomena or advanced craft. These photos are likewise classified by the U.S. government in order to not reveal America's full surveillance and censoring capabilities. Such was the case in 2023 when U.S. military aircraft shot down the mysterious object on the coast of Alaska. The American government has yet to release any imagery from the event, but Canadian Freedom Information Request unveiled photograph earlier this year of the balloon-like object. Those incidents and others like it, such as weeks-long drone incursion about Langley and Air Force Base in Washington, D.C., were discussed in the hearing. The origin of these drones and their operations remains a mystery. Rep. Glenn Grothman said, quote, "This incident and other sightings near sensitive military installations highlights the complexity of the UAP challenge facing our intelligence, defense, and homeland security committees." All right, now we're getting to King Arthur. All right, James wasn't here for a conversation about one time we were talking about King Arthur and the stream, and he already went to bed. So we're gonna go over that again with him here. You see, SE in chat, compassion has a chain reaction when you show it to each other, and I think it's a great thing to see, because there's a lot of hate in the world and people being against each other, and it's great here we could see showing compassion to each other and helping each other out. I think it's very important. All right, so we're going to dive in right into the history of King Arthur right now. Thanks, Essie. All right, let's go. All right, we're going to go through this whole thing. Historically, King Arthur, according to legends, was a king of Britain. He is a folk hero and a central figure in the medieval literary tradition known as the Matter of Britain. In Welsh sources, Arthur is portrayed as a leader of the post-Roman Britons in battles against the Anglo-Saxons. In the late 5th century and the 6th century, he first appears in two early medieval historical sources, the Annales Cambriae and the Historia Britannicum, but those date 300 years after he is supposed to have lived, and most historians who study the period, they do not consider him a historical figure. But in my opinion, I believe, in my opinion, I think that he was a historical figure, or at least it was based off of a real person, but the information has been lost to history. And by analyzing and studying his story like what we're doing right now, Gorfy of Monmouth, he was a historian of that time, and he recorded about King Arthur. And basically, he did not make it up, in my opinion. It was just the stories that he was being told at that time, and the source he got it from. There may have been a legitimate source, but the source may have been lost. Also, Camelot was destroyed, by a horrible war, and it was just went into nothing. So when it's destroyed, say in a civilized, it's kind of like Atlantis or something, where the civilization just completely collapsed. And now we'll be getting into this, and that's my opinion about it, but you all can make your opinions. Latina says, Alien Spaceship. I was watching an old movie called First Night, Richard Gere, 1995. I didn't get to finish watching it, though. He played Lancelot. Thank you, Latina. I'll look at that movie. Thank you. His name also occurs in early Welsh poetic sources such as Y. Godwin, the character developing through Welsh mythology, appearing early as the great warrior, defending Britain and human and supernatural enemies as a magical figure of folklore and sometimes associated with the Welsh otherworld Anwen. The legendary Arthur developed as a figure intended, interestingly, largely through the popularity of Gorfy Monmouth's fanciful and imaginative 12th century Historia Regimia Britannia, History of the Kings of Britain. Gorfy depicted King Arthur as the king of Britain who defeated the Saxons and established a vast empire. Many elements indicates that now an integral part of Arthurian story appears in Gorfy's Historia, including Arthur's father Uther Pendragon and the magician Merlin, Arthur's wife Guinevere, the sword Excalibur, Arthur's at conception at Tin Agil, his final battle against Mordred at Chamlain, and his final rest to Avalon. So this is what happened. So, yes, I agree with that, James, because my observing the story, it seems like it was based off a real situation. It was just so long ago. You gotta understand. King Arthur existed 1,000 years ago. From where we are right now, he was 1,000 years ago. In 1024, he was around then, or in 1100. He was 1,000 years ago, and basically, so this is what happened. He was getting very powerful, and he was spreading all over into Denmark and the Nordic countries and different parts of Europe. And he was challenged. He was a threat to Rome, and he was able to defeat the Romans, the actual Roman people, when the Romans were coming into Britain. Also, not when they were coming into Britain. What I meant to say was the Roman Empire was there, and he was fighting the Roman Empire. And what happened was his wife betrayed him with Lancelot, and he was so focused on that, his empire fell apart, and all these different kingdoms came together against King Arthur to go and destroy I'm thinking of the word to destroy his kingdom. So when his kingdom was destroyed, it was now in those royal families, they do mix with each other's siblings. But yeah, he was married, but he had a kid with his half sister. But then after that, it started a downward spiral. And when his wife cheated on him, he was so focused on that, all these empires came and took him out. And his enchanting kingdom was destroyed. So, and Merlin became a bird. He turned into a bird because he could shapeshift, and he was never seen again. So my theory is the Roman Empire thought he was too much of a threat, so they went and took him out, like a political assassination attempt. Or nowadays, we could see it. We could see nowadays in modern politics, where there's a politician, like an outsider that's getting too powerful, and they try to take him out. It's the same thing. Like, it sounds very realistic. And he's sent to Los Angeles. That's funny, Latino. So that, and Camelot fell. The 12th century French writer Chartin de Toyes who added Lancelot and the Holy Grail to the story, began the genre of Arthurian romance that became a significant strand of medieval literature. In these French stories, the narratives focused on the shift from King Arthur himself to other characters such as various knights of the Round Table. The themes, events, and characters of the Arthurian legend vary widely from the text to text, and there is no one canonical version. Arthurian literature thrived during the Middle Ages, but waned centuries followed the experience of the resurgence of the 12th century and 21st century. The legend continues to have prominence not only in literature but in adaptations of theater and film. This is King Arthur doing the charge. On Mount Badon. Okay, here we go. Legends concerning Arthur's return. That Arthur, yeah, absolutely. That Arthur never died, but is awaiting his return in some remote spot, often sleeping, is a central motif connected with Arthurian legends. Before the 12th century, there are the Bedu reference, which is a manuscript, reference the absence of a grave for Arthur suggests that he was considered not dead and immortal, but it is no indication that he was expected to return in his poem. From early 12th century onwards, several sources reported about a popular belief in the return of King Arthur, although most often critically and mockingly presented. His future return is mentioned in William Malmesbury's in 1125. But Arthur's grave is nowhere to be seen, whence antiquity of fables still claims that he will return. In the Maricels of Saint Mary of Leon, written by French clerk and chronicler Herman of Tournai, about 1145, but referenced the events occurring in 1113, mentions Britain and the Cornish belief Arthur still lived. In 1191, the alleged tomb of Arthur was identified as obviously orchestrated discovery at Gatsbury Abbey. So what happened to King Arthur was basically he was in the battle with Mordred because his nephew wanted his kingdom. He went and had like a revolution, like a coup against him, similar to what happened to Julius Caesar. So what he did was he got into this conflict and he got mortally wounded. And this is the picture. That's him, mortally wounded. And there's the Ladies of the Lake, which the Ladies of the Lake are these ladies that are these supernatural beings, kind of like aliens or interdimensional beings. And they're of the lake, and they're kind of like witches or like sorceresses that help they can help or they cannot help, but there's these enchanting ladies that help with these like magical powers and stuff. So the Ladies of the Lake came on their boat and they came to King Arthur and they brought him to Avalon. And Avalon is like heaven or Valhalla. It's so he was brought to the Lord. But he was brought in one piece. He wasn't like dead. Or if he did die, he was like resurrected in heaven, of course. Like, you die and you go to heaven. But basically, the main source is that he did not die, but he was like mortally wounded and they just brought him to heaven. Oh, okay, James. Welcome back. So basically, this is King Arthur, and he was on his deathbed because he was mortally wounded by his nephew, and the Ladies of the Lake go to pick him up. and bring him to heaven. Whereas numerous scholars have argued that this could have been due to Abby wanting to stand out with Illustratius' tomb, or to desire the Plantagenet regime to put an end to the legendary rival figure who inspired tentaclous Celtic opposition to their rule. It may also have been motivated how Arthur expectations were highly problematic to contemporary Christianity, longing for the return of a mighty immortal figure returning before the end of time to reestablish his perfect rule, not only ran against basic Catholic tenets, but could even threaten the quintessential focus on longing the return of Jesus. In my opinion, if this was true, this is what this means. When the King Arthur would return to Britain during its darkest hour. And right now, Britain is in a very dark hour right now. But as I said, in this legend, basically, I think what it means is that when Jesus returns, King Arthur will return with him. So, like, it's basically proving and giving light to the resurrection of the second coming of Christ and the saints and the people that will come back with him. That's what I think it means. That he'll return during that time. Longing for the return of Jesus. This was further aggravated by the stories about Arthur sometimes invoked more emotions than biblical tales. Decades of elite critique of the popular conviction among otherwise pious Catholic Celts in Brittany had done nothing in way of suppressing these beliefs, whereas an orchestration of Arthur's physical remains efficiently eliminated the possibility of his return without overly criticizing anyone's beliefs. After 1191, discovery of his tomb became more of a figure legends found in sleeping various removal caves all over Britain, some places even roaming the night inspector, like the Wild Hunt. We talked about the Wild Hunt before, and we'll talk about it again for our bro. The Wild Hunt of Odin is this situation where you have these gods, which are pretty much like the aliens, and they went and they abducted people, and you would see that they would go and pick up people, and they were flying in the sky, and they would pick up all these people, like aliens abducting, and they have these wings, just like fallen angels. And it shows that basically these things come at a time when Earth they bring plagues and disease and turmoil to the planet. And it also, the Wild Hunt of Odin predicts, it's like an omen of something bad going to happen. And as I said, in our modern times, we have aliens and UFOs. But in this time period, these same beings appeared as these gods we see right here. Also, it looks a lot like something from Revelations. And also the final fight between God and Satan. And you have right there, you have Thor with his goats. He has a chariot pulled by goats. Yeah, it is wild. have a good night, SC. If you're going, thank you for chilling with us for a little bit. I'll give you a brief explanation about this. The Wild Hunt of Odin is a folklore motif occurring across various northern, western, and eastern European societies, appearing in the religions in the German, the Celts, the Slavs. Wild hunts typically involved a chase leading by mythological figures. Okay, SC, I didn't think he was leaving. He didn't say anything about leaving, but she's saying, SC, have a good night. Okay, whoever's leaving, if anybody's leaving, have a good night. You just want to give a link to Latina. Okay, so everybody, SC is staying. He's not going anywhere. I didn't think he was going anywhere because he didn't make an announcement. All right, so yeah, shout the chat. Wild hunts typically involve the chase led by mythological figures escorted by a ghostly or supernatural group of hunters engaged in pursuit. The leader of the hunt is often a named figure associated with Odin in Germanic legends, but may variously be historical or legendary figure like Theodoric the Great, the Danish king Vladimir Atterdag, the dragon slayer Sigurd, and the Welsh psycho-chomp Gaiwand Opnod. The biblical figures such as Herod, Cain, Gabriel, or the devil, unidentified lost soul. The hunters are generally the souls of the dead or ghostly dogs, sometimes fairies, valkyries, or elves. I get it, Latina. You wanted him to. That's funny. It's a mistake. No biggie. Sometimes fairy, valkyries, elves. Okay, fairies, valkyries, and elves. Those were also what we see. So you see aliens now, the Greys and stuff. Those things were actually fallen watchers. There's the watchers that are supposed to watch over humans. They appeared as gods and goddesses and fairies and valkyries or elves. Now they appear as aliens. We're still seeing stuff in the sky, but that's how they appeared to those people back then. Seeing the wild hunt was thought to forbade some catastrophe such as war or plague, or at best the death of one who witnessed it. People encountering the hunt might also be abducted by the underworld plague, or at best the death of one who witnessed it. People encountering the hunt might also be abducted to the underworld or fairy kingdom. In some instances, it was also believed that the people's spirits could be pulled away during their sleep to join cavalcade. The concept was developed by Jacob Grimm in Deutsche Mythology. On the basis of comparative mythology, Grimm believed that a group of stories represented a folkloristic survival Germanic paganism, but this disputed by other modern scholars who claimed that the comparable folk myths are found throughout Northern Europe, Western Europe, and Central Europe. Yes, indeed, James, yes. Low Motes noted, however, that the motif abounds about all in areas of Germanic speech. Grimm popularized the term wild hunt for the phenomenon. The familiar persona of Arthur began with Gorphy Malmouse, written in 1130s, written nearly 1,000 years ago. It was written in the 1130s, so it's even older than that. King Arthur's even older than that. So when you have over 1,000 years ago, I mean, that's a long time. The textual sources for Arthur are usually divided into those written before Gorphy's Historia, and those written afterwards which could not avoid his influence. Galfredian or post-Galfredian texts. Pre-Galfredian traditions. The earliest literary references to Arthur come from Welsh and Breton sources. There have been few attempts to define the nature and character of Arthur in the pre-Galfordian tradition as well, rather than in a single text or text story type. A 2000 academic survey led by Catalin Green has identified three key strands of the portrayal of Arthur in his earliest material. The first is that he was a peerless warrior who functioned as the monster hunting protector of Britain from all internal threats and external threats. Yes, I like it too. He was a peerless warrior who functioned as the monster hunting protector of Britain from all the internal and external threats. Some of these human threats, such as Saxons, he fights the Historia Britannium, but the majority are supernatural, including giant cat monsters, destructive divine boars, dragons, dogheads, giants, and witches. The second is the pre-Galfordian Arthur, who was a folklore, particularly a topographic, onomastic folklore, and localized magical wonder tales. The leader of the band of the superhuman heroes who live in the wilds of the landscape. The third and final strand is the early Welsh Arthur, close to connect with Welsh otherworld Anwen. On the other hand, launches assaults on otherworldly fortresses in search of the treasure and frees their prisoners. On the other, his war band in the earliest sources include the former pagan gods, and his wife. His possessions are clearly otherworldly in origin. Right. So Latina, it was written in the 1130s. So it happened. History. So it was documented in the 1130s, but it was happened like before then. So yeah, not 890 years ago, it was recorded about an event that happened even further before that. Thanks, Latina. Yeah, so 890 years ago, Gorphy recorded this information. 800 years. That's a really long time. I'll think sometimes about 800 years from now. It's just a wild thing to think about. Because we're in a time that people in the future will see as ancient. The earliest references to Arthur come from Welsh Breton sources. By the way, one of the most famous Welsh poetic references to Arthur comes in the collection of heroic death songs known as the Y Gododin, attributed to the 6th century poet Anrin. One stanza praises the bravery of a warrior who slew 300 enemies, but says that despite this, he was no Arthur. That is, his feats cannot compare to the valor of Arthur. God Odin is known from a 13th century manuscript, so it is impossible to determine whether this passage is original or later interpolation. But John Cook's view of the passage dates from a 7th century or earlier version is regarded as unproven. The 9th or 10th century dates are often proposed for it. Several poems attributed to Taliesin, poets said he had lived to the 6th century, also refer to Arthur. Another, although these are probably date from between the 8th and the 12th century. They include Kadir Ternon, the chair of the prince, which references to Arthur the Blessed, the Predieu Anwin, the spoils of Anwin, which recounts an expectation of Arthur in the other world, and Marwanat, the dragon, the elegy of Uther Pendragon, which refers to Arthur's valor and suggestive of the father-son relationship for Arthur Uther that predates Gorfy of Monmouth. You see, that predates Gorfy of Monmouth. He's the one that recorded the information 890 years ago, and this information I just read predates that as well. Other early Welsh Arthurian texts include a poem found in the Black Book of Kermarthian. Pegur. What man is the gatekeeper? She's a keeper. I'm dropping bars. This takes the form of the dialogue between Arthur and the gatekeeper of a fortress he wishes to enter, in which Arthur recounts the names and decides of himself and his man, notably Kay and Bedivere. The Welsh prose tale Culthwich and Olwyn 1100 included the modern Mab in Agoin collection, has a much longer list of more than 200 of Arthur's men, though in Sia Bedwyr again take a certain place. The story as a whole tells of Arthur helping his kinsman Culhwich in the hand of Olwen, daughter of Badadan, chief giant, by completing a series of apparently impossible tasks, including the hunt for the great semi-divine boar, Twinch Twyrwith. He needs to go to the abandoned Six Flags to find him. Rumor has it. Come on, page. Trywith is this says a fabulous wild boar from the legend of Arthur, of which richly elaborates the account of the hunt described in the Welsh romance. So much history. Thank God the tech to hold the history. I know we are blessed that we live in a time with the technology and the internet that we have, and we could all be here together and talk about this. And, amen, praise the Lord. And that the internet and the technology were able to hold all this history. It's very moving. This is Culhwich entering Arthur's court. I'm going to take myself off for a second so y'all can see the whole thing. All right, so that is King Arthur on his throne in his castle, and that is the dude coming through with his supernatural dogs. In the ninth century Historia Britannium also refers to the tale with the boar there named Troyant. Finally, Arthur is mentioned numerous times in the Welsh Triads, a collection of the short summaries of Welsh tradition and legend are classified with groups of three linked characters or episodes to assist recall. The later manuscripts of the Triads are partially derivative from Gorphy of Monmouth, and the characters are episodes to assist recall the later manuscripts of the Triads, particularly derived from Gorphy of Monmouth, and later continental traditions. But the earliest ones showed no influence and are usually agreed to refer to pre-existing Welsh traditions. Even in these, however, Arthur's court has started to embody legendary Britain as a whole, with Arthur's court sometimes substituted for the island of Britain in the formula of three X's of the island of Britain. While it is not clear from the Historia Britannium and the Annales Cambria that Arthur was even considered a king, Chulwich and Olwen and the Triads were written. He had become the Pentadrian Wyrinsenhan, chief of the lords of the island, overlord of Wales and Cornwall in the north. 800 years ago is like 8 grandparents that lived to be 100. And I think time flies by so fast, so it doesn't seem that long ago. Really, if you think about it, does it? That's a good point. 1 year, 1 summer, and 80 years is only 80 summers. Yeah, I agree with that, Latina. That is a great way to look at it. Very well said. It's not about what happens, but it's the view that we take of them. It's how we take the view of things. It's all about your perspective, interpretation. SE says, yes, love history, yep. Thank God for all this tech that we could look up the stuff. Amen. In addition to these pre-Galferdian Welsh poems and tales, Arthur appears in some other early Latin texts besides Historia Britannium. In particular, Arthur is featured in a number of well-known lives of post-Roman saints, none of which are now generally considered reliable historical sources. The earliest probable dates from the 11th century, although the life of Saint Gidius, written in the early 12th century by Caradoc of Lencrefon, Arthur is said to have killed the Gildias' brother, Hewel, and to have rescued his wife, Gwendifar, from the Glastonbury in the life of Saint Cadoc, written around 1100 or a little before by Lifris are Lang Carfon. The saint gives protection to a man who killed 3 of Arthur's soldiers, and Arthur demands a herd of cattle as wergold for his men. Caddoc delivers them as demanded, but when Arthur takes possession of the animals, they turn into bundles of ferns. Similar instances describe the medieval biographies of Caranog Padrian. In Ephylium, probably written around the 12th century, a less obvious legendary account of Arthur appears in Legendia Sancti Giovnavi, which is often claimed a date from the early 11th century, although the earliest manuscripts of this text from the 15th century, and the text is now dated to the late 12th century, early 13th century. Also imported are the references to Arthur and William of Malmesbury, De Gestis Regium Anglium, and Hermann's De Miraclius, written together to provide the certain evidence for the belief that Arthur was not actually dead and would some point return. A theme is often revised in a post-Garfordian folktale. Romance traditions. I agree, Latina. Life is too short for everyone, and shorter for the less fortunate. During the ongoing conquest of Wales by Edward I, he attempted to make King Arthur fundamentally English character and hero. The completion of the conquest was one of the factors that shifted storytellers away from the Welsh roots of the original tales. The popularity of Gorfy's Historia, and others' derivative works, such as Wace, Roman, Brute, gave rise to significant numbers of new Arthurian works in continental Europe during the 12th and 13th century, particularly in France. It was not, however, the only Arthurian influence on the development of the matter of Britain. There is a clear evidence that Arthur and Arthurian tales were familiar on the continent before Gorfy's work became widely known. The see example of Maudium, and the Celtic names and stories are not found in Gorfy's Historia appear in the Arthurian romances. From the perspective of our Arthur, perhaps the most significant effect of the great outpouring of the new Arthurian story was the one of the king himself. Much to the 12th century, and later the Arthurian literature, centuries less on Arthur himself, on the characters such as Lancelot, Guinevere, Percival, and Galahad, Gawain, Yowen, and Tristan, and Iseult. God is good all the time. All the time, God is good. And the Celts' names and stories not found in Gorfy's Historia appear in Arthurian romances. From the perspective of Arthur, perhaps the most significant effect of the great outpouring of the new Arthurian story was the role of the king himself. Much of this 12th century and later Arthurian literature centuries less on Arthur himself than on characters such as Lancelot, Guinevere, and those people, center around pre-Garfordian material and Gorfy's Historia itself. Its romances he rapidly sidelined. His character also alters significantly in both the earliest material and Gorfy. He is a great, fearless warrior who laughs as he personally slaughters witches, giants, and takes a leading role in the military campaigns. Whereas in the continental romances, he becomes the Roy Faiente, the do-nothing king, whose inactivity and acquiescence constituted a central flaw in his otherwise ideal society. Arthur's role in these works is frequently that of a wise, dignified, even tempered, somewhat bland, and occasionally feeble monarch, so he simply turns pale and silent when he learns of Lancelot's affair with Guinevere, and the Morts are two. Whist in Yvain, the Night of the Lion. He is unable to stay awake after the feast and has retired for a nap. Nonetheless, as Norris J. Lacey has observed, whatever his faults and frailties may be in these Arthurian romances, his prestige is never or almost never compromised by his personal weaknesses. His authority and glory remain intact. All right, so this is Arthur taking the sword out of the. It's usually a stone, but they're using an anvil in this depiction of it. Arthur and his retinue appear some of the less Marie de France. Yes, Excalibur, yes. But it was the work of another French poet, Chrétien de Troyes, and that had the greatest influence with the regard to the development of Arthur's character and legend. Chrétien wrote 5 Arthurian romances between 1170 and 1190. Eric Endid and Cleges are tales of the courtly love with Arthur's court as their backdrop, demonstrating the shift from the heroic world of the Welsh Galfordian Arthur. While Yvain, the Knight of the Lion, featured Yvain and Gawain in the supernatural adventure, with Arthur very much of the sidelines and weakened. However, the most significant for the development of Arthurian legend are Lancelot, the Knight of the Cart, which introduces Lancelot and his adulterous relationship with Arthur's queen, Guinevere, extending and popularizing the recurrence theming Arthur as a cuckold. And it's because, he was being cheated on. And Percival, the story of the Grail, which introduces the Holy Grail and the Fisher King, and which again sees Arthur having a much reduced role. C was thus instrumental both of the elaboration King Arthur and legend and establishment of the idea form of the diffusion that the legend, much of what came after him, and the betrayal of Arthur, and this would build upon the continuous foundations he had laid. Percival, thought unfinished, was particularly popular. Four separate continuations in poem appeared over the next half of the century, with the notion of the Grail and his quest being developed by other writers such as Robert de Boron. A fact that helped accelerate the decline of Arthur in continental romances. Similarly, Lancelot and his cuckolding of Arthur with Guinevere became one of the classic motifs of Arthurian legend. Although Lancelot, the prose Lancelot 1225, later text combined with C's character, that of Ulrich von Zatzikovens. Lancelot. Cheriton's work appears to feed back into Welsh Arthurian literature, which results at the romance of Arthur to replace the heroic active Arthur in Welsh literary tradition. Particularly significant thus development were three Welsh Arthurian romances, which are closely similarly to those of C, albeit with some significant differences to Onwin, Lady of Foundation, is related to Cheriton's Giratain and Ended, to Eric and Enide, and the Perdure, son of Efwag, to Percival. It's not about Arthur being a Seward. It is about how a good thing got destroyed by selfish, horny fools, but ultimately it was Guinevere's fault because she couldn't keep her legs closed. She wanted both men. That is very true. Very true. This is the famous round table. This is the famous round table that King Arthur had. And that's the Holy Grail in the center. It looks like, a very holy thing. Right there. Like the Ark of the Covenant. A democracy based on Christianity. Yeah, autocorrect is cringe. Up to c. 1210, continental Arthurian romance was expressed primarily through poverty. After this date, these tales began to be told in prose. The most significant of these 13th century prose romances was the Vulgate cycle, also known as Lancelot and the Grail, a series of five Middle French prose works written first half of the century. These works were Estor del Saint Grail, Merlin, Lancelot, the prose of Lancelot, which made half of the entire Vulgate cycle on its own. The Quacette del Saint Grail and Mort Artu, which combine the form of the first coherent version of the entire Arthurian legend. The cycle continued the trend toward the reducing role played by Arthur in his own legend, partly through the introduction of the characters of Galahad and the expansion of the role of Merlin. It has also made Mordred the result of the incestuous relationship between Arthur and his sister Morgause. So Arthur had an incestuous relationship with his sister. But remember, in those royal families, they mix with their siblings. But it was still wrong because it was with somebody else. And scared established the role of Camelot, first mentioned in Passing of the Chariton's Lancelot as Arthur's primary court. This series of text was quickly followed by the post-Vulgate cycle in 1230 to 40, of which the Suite de Merlin is part of, which greatly reduced the importance of Lancelot's affair with Guinevere, but continued to sideline Arthur and focus more of the Grail quest. As such, Arthur became even more of the relative minor character. These French prose romances, the Vulgate itself had only figures such as Arthur became even more of a relatively minor character in these French prose romances. In the Vulgate itself, he also figures significantly in Histoire de Merlin and Mort Arthur. During this period, Arthur was made one of the 9 worthies, a group of 3 pagans, 3 Jews, and 3 Christians, exemplars of chivalry. Worthiness were the first listed Jacques de Longueuil, Vaux du Paon, 1312, and subsequently became a common subject in literature and art. I understand, Chad, it's cringe. Yes. Now, it was wrong what he did in this story because he was with his wife. And after he did that, now, King Arthur was forgiven and he repented. But basically, it started a downward spiral because he was getting corrupted a little bit. And by doing that, and then his wife did that. And then the Romans and all those other kingdoms were able to attack him. So he became the downfall. See, lust and sin. God didn't tell us not to do those things because he didn't want us to do something fun. He was doing it for our own good. But King Arthur, not perfect, he repented, and he was taken to Avalon. So he was forgiven, obviously, but yeah, he made a lot of messed up mistakes. Merlin, he was really messed up. Yeah, but he used his gift that was from his father, that was a demon, for the godly, righteous cause, but he had stuff in his, he had an issue with lust himself. Really bad issue with it. It's like, as I said, if these stories were made up, I think they would have gave these characters a better reputation. I think they were just simply recording the history that they got. Or at least it was based off of something that may have happened. But it may have not have been. It's just a legend. Alien spaceship. I wonder if they're lying about Arthur being incestuous with his sister because they wanted to slander his greatness. Ah. That makes perfect sense, Latina. Just like fake news. That's possible that the incestuous relationship was propaganda and fake news by the Romans and his enemies to make him look bad, because victors write the history books. And also the stuff they said about Merlin, too. Although I still like my parable about not letting sin in and sin corrupting things, still at the same time, it's possible that they may have written that about him because that's what the enemies didn't like him. And they made up stuff about him. Fake news before fake news. Exactly. Latina, very brilliant. Really brilliant. Facts, James. The development of medieval Arthurian cycle and the character of Arthur of romance culminated in Le Morte d'Arthur, Thomas Malory's retelling of the entire legend in a single work in English in the late 15th century. Malory based his book originally titled The Whole Book of King Arthur and His Noble Knights of the Round Table on the various previous romance versions, and in particular of the Vulgate cycle, and appears to have aimed at creating a comprehensive and authoritative collection of Arthurian stories, perhaps as a result of this, and the fact that Le Morte d'Arthur was one of the earliest printed books in England, published by William Caxton in 1485. Most later Arthurian works are derived of Malory's. As Latina, as I told you, the dots connect. And as I said before, it's about teamwork. It's not just about me. As I was saying earlier, my friend in his study of aliens, and I studied it too, and he mentored me about aliens and about, Steve Jobs putting alien sound effects in the Apple computers and me making mixes out of it, and him naming it alien spaceship sound effects, and all of that stuff. It's all a team. It's not just about one person. So Latina and chat, very great team. And I wouldn't have thought of that, but Latina did. I'm glad that she's on this team with us. Amen, James. Very true. But I do agree with Latina that it may have not even been true with his incestuous relationship. And they're trying to slander King Arthur's reputation. Another thing with Merlin, they said the same stuff about him. And all that just like slander because they won the war and they just made up stuff about him to make him look bad. Like fake news. The Roman Empire thought King Arthur was a threat, so they came up with this plan to destroy his kingdom of Camelot. And they made fake news about him. And all roads lead to Rome. And it's very similar to the Washington elite. And they even use the same type of buildings. It's all connected. The story of Harry Potter and Dumbledore or the Lord of the Rings, all of this stuff originated from this story. You could see it everywhere, in my opinion. The development of the medieval Arthurian cycle and character of the Arthur of romance culminated in Le Morte d'Arthur, Thomas Malory's retelling of the entire legend in a single work in English in the late 15th century. Malory based his book, originally titled The Whole Book of King Arthur and of His Noble Knights of the Round Table, on the various previous romance versions, in particular the Vulgate cycle, and appears to have amid at creating comprehensive and authoritative collection of Arthurian stories, perhaps as the result of this and the fact that Le Morte d'Arthur was one of the earliest printed books in England, published by William Caxton in 1485, mostly later by Arthurian works, are derived from Malory's. Yes, Merlin was into alchemy. At that time, it was like science. Yes. Maybe Merlin was a science doctor type counselor. Yes. And also, he devoted his work to doing stuff for the God and doing the Lord's work. Yes, he was like an alchemist. He was an alchemist. And at that time, they thought that stuff was like magic. Yes. Yes, indeed, Essie. Post medieval literature. The end of the Middle Ages brought with it a waning of interest of King Arthur, although Malory's English version of the great French romances was popular there. There was interesting attacks upon the truthfulness of the historical framework of Arthurian romances. That's another thing I think, like, they're attacking the historical significance of it because they're enemies of King Arthur that are trying to say that he wasn't around, but he was. Established in Scorphy of Monmouth's time, and thus the legitimacy of the whole matter of Britain. So, for example, the 16th century humanist scholar Polydore Virgil famously rejected the claim that Arthur was the ruler of post-Roman Empire, found throughout the post-Galfordian medieval chronicle tradition of the horror of Welsh and English antiquarians. Social changes associated with the end of the medieval period and the Renaissance also conspired to rob the character of Arthur and his associated legend of some of their power to enthrall audiences, with the result that 1634 saw the last printing of Malory's Le Morte d'Arthur for nearly 200 years. King Arthur and the Arthurian legend were not entirely abandoned, but until the early 19th century, the material was taken less seriously and was often simply as a vehicle for allegories of the 17th and 19th century politics. We are all called to always forgive people, but we don't have to interact with the offending party. Amen. James says, I am not perfected. Please do not think that when I say this. We all fall short. We all have errors. Only Christ is perfect. In epics, Prince Arthur feature Arthur as an allegory for the struggles of William III against James II. Similarly, the most popular Arthurian tale throughout his period seems to have been Tom Thumb, which was told first through chapbooks and later through the political play Henry Fielding. Although the action is clearly set in Arthurian Britain, the treatment is humorous, and Arthur appears as primarily a comedic version of his romance character, and John Dryden's Masked King Arthur is performed largely thanks to Henry Purcell. The Tennyson and Revival. In the early 19th century, medievalism, romanticism, and Gothic revival reawakened the interest in Arthur. Medieval romances, a new code of ethics for the 19th century was shaped around the Hello Curse Zero, good to see you. Reawakened interest in Arthur the Medieval Romances, a new code of ethics for the 19th century gentleman was shaped around the chivalric ideas embodied in the Arthur of Romances. This renewed the interest of the first itself felt in 1816. Hello, Curse Zero. Good to see you. So basically, Curse Zero, Jesus said, the truth will set you free, and there's a time for peace and there's a time for war, and that makes sense. Thanks for your take on this. Itself fell in 1816 when Malory's Le Morte d'Arthur reprinted for the first time since 1634. Initially, the medieval Arthurian legends were of particular interest of poets, inspiring, for example, William Words II. Right, the Egyptian Maid, 1835, an allegory of the Holy Grail. Preeminent among these was Alfred Tennyson, whose first Arthurian poem, The Lady of Shalhout, was published in 1832. Arthur himself played a minor role in some of these works, following the medieval romance of the tradition. Tennyson Arthurian works reached its peak popularity in Idysel, King of the King, however, which reworked the entire narrative of Arthur's life for Victorian era. It was published in 1859 and sold 10,000 copies within the first week. In the Idylls, Arthur became a symbol of the ideal of manhood who ultimately failed throughout human weaknesses to establish a perfect kingdom on earth. Tennyson's works promoted a large number of imitators, generated considerable public interest in the legend of Arthur and the character himself, and brought Malory's tales to a wider audience. Indeed, the first monosyns of Malory complicated Arthur's tale. Complicated Arthur's Tale was published in 1862, shortly after Iliad's appeared, and there were 6 further editors, 5 competitors before the century's end. This interest in Arthur of Romance and his associated stories continued throughout the 19th century and into the 20th century. Influenced poets such as William Morris, pre-Raphaelite artists include Edward Burne-Jones, even humorous tales of the Tom Thumb, which had primarily manifestation of Arthur's legend in the 18th century, was rewritten after the publication of Iliads, while Tom maintained his small stature and remained a figure of comic relief. His story now included more elements from the medieval Arthurian romances, and Arthur treated more serious historically. Other occasions reverted to his medieval status. His either marginalized or even missing entirely, with Wagner's Arthurian opera Parsifal providing a notable instance of the latter. Furthermore, the revival of interest of Arthur and Arthurian tales did not continue unabated, but the end of the 19th century it was confined mainly by pre-Raphaelite imitators, and it could not avoid being affected by World War One, in which damaged reputation of chivalry and thus interests its medieval manifestations. And Arthur, as chivalric roles in the Romance tradition, did, however, remain sufficiently powerful to persuade Thomas Hardy, Lawrence Brighton, and John Misfield to compose Arthurian plays. And Curse Zero, I have heard of them. I'm not that familiar with them, but I'll certainly look into that. It sounds like it'll be very interesting. And you could elaborate a little bit more on that if you want about what it's about. Like, that'll be pretty cool. But I'll certainly look into it, and it sounds interesting. Thank you. All right, we're gonna have some pictures. This is by Gustave Doré, and it's Merlin in the woods with his lover. Very classic painting, drawing by Gustave Doré. I love those dark woods. And, SC, there's a lot of mystery in those woods. And that's another picture of King Arthur putting his crown in his head, just a romanticized picture of it. It's very cool. The mountains of Britain. And that's him, a depiction of him. And that's a play about him. All right, thanks, Cursero. It's like a podcast. Yeah, it's like a podcast. Probably is a podcast. Yeah, I'll look into it. Thanks for bringing it up. Modern legend. In the later half of the 20th century, The influence of the romance tradition of Arthur continued through the novels such as T.H. White's The Once and the Future King, 1985. I got that wrong. That was a very dyslexic thing I just did. 1958, Mary Stewart's Crystal Cave, 1970, and its four sequels. Thomas Berger's tragicomic Arthur Rex and Maroon Zimmerman Brady's The Mists of Avalon, 1982, in addition to the comic strips. I'm just saying these guys are bringing us from the card ASSV scale 7 to 2 with a single invention. Oh, that's pretty cool. I'm sorry. That's pretty cool. Thank you for sharing. Thomas Berger's tri-comic Arthur Rex, The Maroon Zimmer Brady's The Mists of Avalon. In addition to comic strips such as Prince Valiant, 1337 onward, Tennyson had revoked the romance tale of Arthur to suit the comment upon issues of his day. And same is often the case with modern treatments too. Mary Stewart's first three Arthurian novels present the wizard Merlin as central character rather than Arthur, and the Crystal Cave narrated by Merlin in the first person, whereas Brady's tale takes a feminist approach to Arthur and his legend, in contrast to the narratives of Arthur in the medieval materials. American authors often rewrote the story of Arthur to be more consistent with the values such as equality, democracy. John Cowper Powery's The Romance of Dark Ages. Set to Wales in 499, just prior to the Nennu, Tennyson, a major figure. Myrmidon's disappearance at the end of the novel, quote, in tradition of magical hibernation, when the king of Mage leaves his people for some island cave to return either to a more propitious or more dangerous time, seeking Arthur's messianic return. In Parley's earlier novel, it's concerned both Holy and Grail, the legend that Arthur is buried at Glasbury. The romance Arthur has become popular in film and theater as well. T.H. White's novel was adapted in the linear Loewy stage musical Camelot 1960 and Walt Disney Animation's The Sword of the Stone 1963. Camelot, with its focus on the love of Lancelot and Guinevere and, that whole situation, that's what these plays have to do with. Okay. That's pretty cool. All right. I'm just throwing it out there, but have you ever heard that King Arthur was really a chick? I have not heard of that. I'm not sure where that comes from. That's something that I've not heard of. And but there was some stuff about some prop. There was like some plays and some things like that that are trying to maybe give King Arthur some sort of a. Now these are like more modern things, but I've not heard any record of the past. You're welcome, James. I've not heard of that. He was actually a woman. I'll look. That's not something I've ever saw before, but something it's something interesting. Yes, but no, he was just a. Is it maybe like you're saying? There's people in history that were supposed to be. It was like a woman pretending to be a man for some reason. That's something interesting to think about, but I've not heard about it in this case. No. Let's see. Yeah, so that's it about King Arthur. So I'll go to the scary stories and I'll talk about some spooky. I'll talk about a scary story, then we'll end the stream. All right. Scared. Yeah, that is something I'll certainly look up. Also, yeah, a woman pretending to be in a place of power. I've never thought of that before. Yeah, Joan of Arc. Yes. Yeah, I've heard of her, but yeah, not about the king regarding King Arthur though. The Silver Train of Stockholm. Scared. All right, we'll read this one and the stream will be over. The Silver Train of Stockholm is an urban legend about a silver colored ghost train that traffics the Stockholm metro. The legend. Okay, James, thank you so much for coming. I'm glad you enjoyed the King Arthur review. The Silver Train of Stockholm, also known as the Silver Arrow, is an urban legend about a silver colored ghost train that traffics the Stockholm metro. The legend is one of the several surrounding areas in Stockholm metro, including ghost phenomena, the modern railway network, which was inaugurated in 1950, has racked up several mythical urban legends over the years, especially of horror genre, of which the Silver Train is most famous. Okay, thanks. Yeah, I don't know if that like was from the legends. I've not heard about that in any kind of legends. Curse Zero, but in anime, and he's saying specifically, it's in Fate Stay or something like that. Okay, yeah, that's something interesting. I've not heard about it in any kind of legends that I know of. I'll go check to make sure. But basically, that may have been something they put together for the show, but something I'll certainly look into. I've never thought of that before, and I like anime, and I'm sure it was a very good show. I think anime is pretty cool. Shout out to Japan. That was a creative idea. If it was something that they came up with, that was pretty creative. James says, "You're welcome. I did enjoy it. There's so much about King Arthur out there." Absolutely. Absolutely. I like going down the King Arthur iceberg and the rabbit hole. That's very cool. I love the different theories about these legends. I'm glad you brought it up, Zero. All right, here we go. According to ethnologist Bergens Klintberg, that's a funny name, Klintberg, there is a legend where the train must have some kind of curse on the living, as those who got on the train could not get off. This curse is retold in various urban legends, and the ghost stories about the Silver Train has even been turned into a TV episode in the year 2000 for the Swedish horror-themed television show Spökkraften, as well as a children's book in 2016 under the name Spookat Spoktaget Silver Pillen. Ghost Train of the Silver Arrow, in the book series Mystical Myths, written by Swedish author Anna Hansen, similar to my name. Alright, so this is the cursed train. This is the alleged cursed train. I like that. You can make a meme out of that. That train's lurking. It's like low key lurking. The legend. The Silver Train is said to be an older model silver colored metro train that operates late at night when confidential metro trains have stopped running around 3 a.m. At what is usually called the ghost hour or hour of death. According to legends, the train is alleged to be a train for the dead and only appears to some passengers into the metro. Anyone who dares to get to the train is said to end up in the underworld and never come back. When the doors close, the traveler is supposedly stranded at the embarks on a one-way journey to the reclaim the dead. Another variation says that the train never stops and continues forever. In addition to the silver color, the train is characterized by the fact that its passengers, the deceased, have expressionless, dead eyes. According to some variants, and the train filled with deceased passengers means that the victims will strive and be released. If the train is empty, it means that the train is there to pick up a victim, causing to become blank and stop responding to relatives. That's funny, Curse Zero. Merlin was half demon, so allegedly his father was a fallen angel, and his mom was a human, and he had these magical abilities and legends, and he was able to do certain things, but he used it to glorify God. Now he was known in legends to like the ladies, so I think he may have had some human parts to him, but he was part supernatural, so anything's possible. But he certainly liked the ladies, so I think he had the human parts, in my opinion. But that was funny. The Silver Train is said to be based on the SLC5 Metro train, an aluminum prototype Metro train from the 1960s, was only produced in one copy, 8 cars, and was never painted, hence its silver color. These legends probably arose in C5 cars were considered to have a ghost like sound in tunnels and were rare in traffic, then mainly in the traffic during the night in connection with the ghost train. In C5, he also received the nickname Silver Arrow in popular culture. It is plausible, but I don't know how probable. He. I don't know of any kids he had, but he seemed to. And it could have been propaganda by his enemies, but as I said, he seemed to like the ladies a lot. No, he was not gay at all. He loved women. He was obsessed with women, and he he was very known for that. And some of it could be exaggerated from his enemies, because the victors write the history books. But I do think that he was, no, I know this is a fact. He loved women, so I do think he. It's possible he didn't have those parts. I do think he had. I do think he had the parts, obviously, because he was with women all the time. But at this, he was not gay at all. No. And at the same time, since he's a supernatural being, he could shapeshift. So he probably could have made him disappear if he wanted to. He could turn himself into a bird or a badger or something. So he could do anything with his body in Legends. He could give himself one if he didn't have it, or he could let it disappear. I mean, he could transition if he wanted to. He did drink a lot, that's true, in Legends. Yes. Yes, Latina, that's exactly what it is. Like we're talking before about how Merlin and the enemies will try to, like, they'll make up stuff about him. But yeah, absolutely. Wow, that reminds me of the lefties erasing gender in the mainstream media. Exactly. Exactly. It's totally. We see nothing new from what happened in the past. It's all. It's the same thing. Climelidge Ghost Station. In the connection with the legends about the Silver Train, the legends about Kimmeridge Metro Station is often told as an unfinished metro station in the Blue Line that was never put in service and consists entirely of bare concrete foundations. The station is said to be haunted and has been popularly called the Metro Station for the Dead, or a ghost station where only the dead get off. Colloquially, simply the Station of the Dead. Interestingly, the name of Climage comes from the Swedish Kemul, meeting burial place, according to the director of SL in the Stockholm local transit, Bojorn Dahlberg. Stockholmers have been telling Scars stories about Kai Milge Ghost Station for decades. In one variant in Legends, the Silver Train is said to have operated in a blue line and arrived in Kalmage Station as its final destination, where all the dead were supposedly dropped off. However, it's all good, Curse Zero. In one variant of the legend, the Silver Train is said to have operated in the Blue Line and arrived in Climage Station as its final destination, where all the dead were supposedly dropped off. However, the C5 cars, which are said to be by the basis of the myth of the Silver Train, rarely operated in the Blue Line. And it never got seen. LOL. Oh Lord. And yeah, and basically, all right. So it wasn't in those words in the sentence I typed. No, no, it wasn't. And with our orange man in there, it will not be. That will certainly not be a thing because they're not going to be able to do their agenda. The legend of the girl, the popularly retold urban legend or ghost story about the silver train in Kimillage tells the story about a girl who had been to a disco or ditto in central Stockholm and was going to take the metro home. She got on a train but thought of the passengers looked a little strange. The girl was supposed to get off the T Centralian, but the train did not stop even though she pulled the emergency brake. She had boarded the Silver Arrow. When the train finally stops and she gets off, she sees a sign in front of her. She walks with her fellow passengers up the stairs, where she is met by the locked door, which does not stop her fellow passengers who continue straight through the door. The legend about the girl has two different endings. One says that the week later the girl was found dead in Eurosix Forest, vicinity of the Kimlage station. The other that was found alive in the same place a week later but scared out of her wits. Yeah, sometimes YouTube, sometimes I don't know with YouTube, sometimes they will. Sometimes internet connection glitches and stuff like that. I don't know. All right, all right. So that is the scary story for tonight about this urban legend. Look at some of the pictures. All right, that's the alleged train or a type of model of the train, and that's the area where this takes place. Scared. All right. So tonight we covered the different topics I want to cover, and I'm going to go over some of the stuff again tomorrow. Some stuff, but we'll talk about some other things, and some stuff from tonight for Stranded. And basically, we had a very great stream, and I appreciate all of you for coming. And now the stream will be ending because we talked about all the topics we were going to talk about for tonight. So we finished up. So well, SC, I'm about to end it. I'm about to end it right now. So basically, I want to thank all of you for coming, and we'll be doing this again tomorrow as well, tomorrow night. And let's see. Thank you all for coming. We had a great time, and take care everyone, and peace.